Damn, I just realized my microphone was off. And, excuse me, and my webcam. Dude, that friggin' sucks. Damn, I just realized my microphone was off. And, excuse me, and my webcam. Dude, my bad, guys. I've just been sitting here talking to myself for 45 minutes now. I don't want to have to repeat all of that. Basically, long story short, the creator code that I use is giving you Wither the Ground, Pelops, Aishma, Ugo, Ruella, and is it Tagore? And Tarshan, yeah. And you get Edfio after 7 days. But with Pelops Magma Shield and Wither's support with continuous heal, leech, and increased defense, and Pelops put HP burns, petrifications out, I'm going to use Ugo as my decreased defense and block puppers. And Aishra is probably going to be my damage dealer for early arena, secondary to Pelops. That should at least get me into mid-silver. And once we get these champions up to 30, we're going to start hitting the arena a little bit. Do one more boot run, and I think that'd be enough for the missions. So what's everybody's opinion on the Grim Forest now that we've had a few months of it? I believe this is our third rotation. I've got 59 fragments towards the new Mythical from it. So by that math, either not the next rotation, but the rotation after that should be enough. And I think she's actually going to be a solid Mythical. I've been hearing quite a few people kind of hate on her and whatnot, but I think she's going to be a solid, like, if you're putting her in Mythical ratings, she's probably like a 7 out of 10. But if you put her in overall champion ratings, she's probably like a 9. But, you know, comparing her to Mythicals, yeah, probably a little bit above average. I love how that little gladiator dude down there is throwing these like fireballs up at you from the Bastion. And then you got these guys over here fighting Keveron and that epic Argonite. It's pretty cool, man. I don't recommend taking any gear that you're going to get from these early stages past the 8, though. I mean, if you got a 3-star speed boot, you could probably take it up to 12, but don't, like, push yourself towards it. And when you're going through these early stages, just keep it 2 champions. You don't need 4 champions, and that way you can get all 3 of your stars to get the rewards quicker. Because you do get some decent rewards, even from the normal stage. You get some shards, some gems, some silver, stuff like that. Speed. We go with the crit damage or the attack and speed. It's only normal, so I don't think we'll need the speed. We'll go with the crit damage. We get any heal reductions? No, and no turn meter. Well, Armand's turn meter control. We'll bring him. We'll bring Senna because shit, our turn meter boost is insane. And hopefully between Armand's and Senna, we'll still be able to out damage him, like before he can heal back up. We may have to manual this one though a little bit. Put our increased speeds out. With Senna, every time a continuous heal goes off, it boosts everyone's on their team's turn meter. So every time anyone takes a turn, they're getting 10% turn meter to the rest of the party, which is just insanity. I honestly, no, she's a void legendary, so they shouldn't nerf that. But I feel like that's one of the top tierest like moves in the game. Definitely one of the best skill manipulators in the game. Maybe the best. I can't think off the top of my head anyone that's a better target manipulator than Senna. So yeah, we didn't even need to worry about him healing up. He never even got a turn 2 heal. How's everybody doing on their material gear? They got any good sets? Any good triple rolls, quad rolls, maybe even a penta roll and a mythical piece? That should be better. That way I can see the chat and stuff too. Not like anyone's talking though, sadly. I had six of damn, I keep getting all hoarse. I had 6 or 7 people watching my stream. Then I turned my video and my microphone on, and now it's 3. That bad. Wither, I feel like, is going to be a prime candidate for a stun set. So we're probably going to grind the dungeon that gives you the stun set. I'll have to look and see which one it is for a little bit to get her a 4-piece set, even if it's nothing crazy on the primary and subsets. Just because of that A1, it is AoE and it brings a leech, and a leech plus a stun would be very useful. And since her A3 is a cleanse and the A2 is a buffer, and on campaign in a lot of areas, you don't need a cleanse, at least not on your first turn. And the increased defense, you don't really need that for attack-based or HP-based champions unless you're planning on taking a hit. So the early game, until we get further on in the game, her main use is going to be putting out a leech on that A1. So if we get her in a stun set, I think that'll make her a lot better for early game. And then when we get mid game or like level 30 or 40, not her level 30 or 40, but the account level, we might swap over the gear into something else. But yeah, early on, I think we're going to run her as stun set. I have a lot of repetition of words just to repeat the same thing 5 times. What direction do we want to go in? Go ahead and kill Kamita's skill with the gear. Is Ancora still built up super resistance? Let's see. I had her in like 650 resistance, but I'm not sure if we pulled gear off or not. No, she's still sick. Was it 650? 651. So yeah, we'll put her on. She could probably resist the bombs with our power cards as well, and then cleanse them off or revive them if the bomb goes off on the other people. By the way, in case anyone's wondering about the player codes, I already showed this earlier, but since my webcam and microphone was off, I'll show this again so I can kind of talk through who my favorite codes are and why. Let's get through this stage here so we can click on the next one to go in the background while we're doing so. I don't like that when I brought that down, it made my screen not show everything on the side. All right, so we've got four different codes. Or no, it is only three. We've got three different codes for Ben's 4-leaf. One comes with Seeker, Venomage, and Tagore. It's not a bad code, not by any means. And if you're going to pick Bambus, I would say codes 2 or 4, obviously because number 3 only comes with Ugo. But Burgess, Tagore, and Farrakhan, that would be more, you got Farrakhan for ally attacker, burn, and poison. Or you could use Venomage from code 2 for the poison and instant activation. Seeker would be good for Terminator boost, increased attack. Tagore is good for support. He brings increased speed and revive. Burgess, though, he can solo the Scarab team because he brings his own shield and builds himself up. He's very tanky and hard to kill early on, even the mid game. I would probably lean towards code 4 if you're looking for Bambus. If you want Corvus, codes 5 through 8, you've got Seeker, Tagore, Farragon, Tagore, Ugo, Urella, Tagore, Venomage, Mordecai, Tagore, Venomage, Farragon, the Fat. Out of the Corvus codes, I would probably lean towards number 6. You get Tagore for the revives, heals, and the speed. And then you get Ugo, who is like a Hydra queen with the decreased defense, block damage, or not block damage. She brings block damage on herself, and she's the last one alive, but a block buffs. And then you get Ruella, who is basically the queen of Fire Knight. So you're getting a good all-arounder support with Tagore, a great all-arounder, but especially in Hydra with Ugo. And then you get Ruella, who brings on her A2 decreased defense, weaken, and decreased speed, all in one skill, which is for an epic, just top tier. Out of the Harvest Jack codes, really wouldn't use those, to be honest. He's not, even after his buff, he's not that great in my opinion, very niche. But if you are going to pick Harvest Jack, go with number 9, because at least at the end, you'll get Deacon Armstrong, who is a legendary in disguise. Or at least that's what everybody says. I think he's really good. I don't know if he's a legendary, but he is really good. He's the top of the epics. I feel like he should be a void epic. I'll give him that. We got the Guardian Ring unlocked. Let's throw something in there. It doesn't really matter to me, just so we can start getting sports built up. We could throw a War Priest in there, and same with the Faction Guardians. Is she Sacred Order? Yes, she is. See what our mission is, and then we will get back to the codes. Upgrade our rare attack type champion with skill tone. Okay. We really want to upgrade. I was trying to save my skill tomes till we got like maybe a couple of void shards and got like a cold heart or something, but since the quest calls for it, I guess we'll throw it into Kel. For our apprentice missions, we're gonna have to for Kel anyways. See. But we don't have enough to do the fully upgraded on the books, so we're gonna hold off on the other ones until we get that mission. For a link, we can do that real quick. Now we gotta find the arena 3 times. Use it. So our arena team, I suppose, is going to be, like I was saying, Wither, Pelops, Aishma, and Ugo. Let's run Aishma and Ugo in the arena, or sorry, in campaign just a little bit to get at least like level. I don't know. We got enough brews. Let's just put brews in them. That way we can get on with the quest and speed it up a bit. We'll take her up to 30. Can we get away with 10? Yeah. So if they're rarest, you need, it's weird. If they're a rare champion, you need 11 brews to take them to 30. But if they're an epic champion, you only need 10 brews to take them to 30. It is a little strange. I'm not sure why that is. But regardless, 30 should be fine. We'll go ahead and take all of them. I do wish there was a champion training tournament. Throw one comment in there. Generally, I don't feed my commons early on. I try to use them to take them to 2, then 3, then 4, and make food out of them. But to get that last level, it's better to do that than use it for. You just kind of have to look at the context and make your mind up based on your personal account at that point in time. So, silver-wise, we are dealing with almost 900k. Him as is. We're not really, we haven't ground any dungeons or anything to get the gear. Well, what was that? 120 speed, 23k on the HP. Whether we got 19k on the HP, 103 on the speed. And since she's going to be the cleanser, you don't really want her to be the fastest person on the team. You want her to kind of go after the other enemies, like support champion, debuffers taking their turn so she can cleanse the buffs off of them. And also, if you're going up against like a Fabian or something that's going to strip buffs, that way they're not stripping her continuous heals if you put them out. Even though we don't have the full piece, we are going to go ahead and put this Savage Helmet on her just to get that attack and speed. And this account is loving resistance. See where this roll sends her. Oh yeah, double into attack. Triple into attack. Awesome. That's a great Savage piece right there. You've got accuracy, you've got speed, and you've got a triple roll into attack. It's only epic tier, it's only 5-star, but it is usable up until the end of mid game. So like that's a piece that when I get some more silver will be taken to 60. Pushing her to about 1,000 on the attack. That's not very good, but very early game. Ugo, we can go ahead and take the boots up to 8 just to give her a little bit more tankiness. I'm gonna go ahead and sell all these 1-stars and 2-stars if they're not crit rate or speed. And frankly, even though that one's a speed, it would only be taken to like 4. The 1-star speed we're not even gonna deal with. Wasn't wanting to click there. We'll take this one on up to 8, just to give her a little bit of HP early on. It's only 11k, and that's only like one double battle in campaign, so. You try not to waste so much silver, but to get your initial team in the arena, you're not going to have much gear to choose from, so you're kind of in a rock or a hard place. I wish we had something besides resistance on that chest, though. What have we got here? Oh, that's attack. We don't want that on her. Guess it wouldn't hurt to take a 3-star up to 8, even if it is a common, it'd be cheap. 24k, that wasn't as cheap as I thought it was going to be. Which at this point, we're not really going to need Ugo for the arena, or really anywhere. She's more of one of those, when you're doing a boss, when you're doing faction wars, obviously, Hydra. People act like she never gets her revive off, but in reality, if you're able to, sorry, if you're able to make her the tankiest person to where she'll be alive as the last person, she'll always get her revive off, and she brings in block damage on that on her passive. So it's not that hard to make her the last man standing if you don't have like a standard revive champion. Just food for thought. We'll manual this first fight just so I can get a taste of what the numbers are going to be in. Attack this Saurus here. Okay, yeah, no problem. So sorry for the dude who pulled the push you there. Luckily, my first epic was Aishma, and she's halfway decent. Like, you can use her up through the end of mid game, and even in the end game on Cursed City, and not faction wars forward probably, but standard faction wars. And she is decent in the arena just because she hits pretty hard and she can put out a weaken. Mixing her with Ugo, we have the block buffs, we have weaken, and we have decreased defense all at the same time. And that's a pretty nasty combo to deal with. And when we get Ruella, you can add decreased speed to that list. Let's put our magma shields up so if Pellets attacks, or reflect it back. We're going to try to block the buff, but he resisted it. Yeah, you see how much of his health that took away? It took like, not quite a quarter, probably 20% of his health doing that. And that's from the magma shield reflecting damage back. All right. Flame these. Now, for this quest, all you can really do is just wait on someone to attack your team and hope that you win against this. So you're just basically hoping for someone with a worse team than yours to pick your team to fight. Suppose we can go ahead and get that campaign battle with 4 level 20s going it out of the way. It doesn't have to be a campaign though, I believe. I believe it could be a dungeon too. And since we have one for Minotaur, we'll do that instead. And while that's going, we'll get back to the player codes. Now, numbers 13 through 25 are all Narma codes, and a lot of them are similar, but the ones that I think are the best, number 13, you can't go wrong with Narma, Ugo, Tagore, Deacon. You're going to get your decreased defense, turn your manipulation with Deacon, and a leech. Ugo can also put out a leech, but Ugo we've already talked about. Tagore we've already talked about. But Narma, on the other hand, she's putting out AoE poison. She has her full team heal, and she has damage mitigation for poison that people are under. So that's a really good one. Number 13 is really good. Number 14 is also really good. It's similar to 13, but instead of Deacon, you're getting a lure who has a triple hitter A1 that each hit decreases the turn meter by 25% as long as it's a critical hit. Really good. And then 15, you're swapping out Deacon or a lure for Luella, Cruella, she has a triple hitter A1, but it only decreases 5% per hit, so it's only 15% when Allure is 75% if all three hit on the same target. But Ruella is bringing in a bunch of debuffs, whereas Allure only has a 30% decreased defense. 16, I wouldn't really mess with. Narma and Venomage do make a good team or combo, but they're kind of overlapping each other in a sense. Now, Venomage does bring decreased defense, decreased attack, which is nice. 17, you're going to get Seeker with Tagore and Venomage. And Seeker is one of the best turn meter boosters in the game just because it gives them an extra turn. So it's really on a 2-turn cooldown. So 17, I would recommend. 13 and 14 and 15, really all three you could make a case for. 16 and 17, not really crazy about. 19 with the Ugo Venomage, Mausoleum Mage. No, I'm not crazy about Mausoleum Mage. He used to be really good, but now he's just... I don't even know if he's still considered mid. I guess he'd be considered a mid-epic. 21, you got Tagore, Venomage, Mordecai. Mordecai is a decent burner. Probably the second best epic burner. And there's not a lot of early game burn options, but Pelops brings burns on his passive whenever he gets attacked. So you don't really need Mordecai if you're going to use the Pelops code, which you should. Why wouldn't you? And then you have Anax, which is a really good decreased defense champion, really good for Demon Lord, but that's about it. You got Lugo, Mausoleum Mage. I would not recommend that one. 23 is a little interesting, though. You get Ruella, and you get, which is, we've already talked about, really good, but you get Lady Annabelle, who is a very unique champion that can solo a couple of the Doom Tower bosses, and you get Vergis, who can also solo Scarab King. So Lady Annabelle can solo the Bottle, and Vergis can solo the Scarab King. And they were, in my opinion, the two hardest Doom Tower bosses. Dark Fae can be hard if you don't have the right team setup, but there's multiple different team setups that you can run into Dark Fae. You just got to make sure that your team doesn't kill you, basically, with that. 24, Secret Tagore, Farrakhan the Vat. You can't go wrong with that either. 25 is Tagore, Stagnite, and Farrakhan the Vat. Stagnite, really good. Decreased defense, decreased speed, decreased attack, and the defense and attack are AoE. He's a solid champion. 25 is probably a really good one because Tagore's going to bring your increased speed, a heal, and a revive, and a little shield or a medium shield. Stagnite, decreased speed, decreased attack, decreased defense. And Farrakhan the Fat, while he does bring decreased defense, so it overlaps a little bit, he has two poisons and a burn on the A2, and his A3 is one of the best ally attacks in the game, even when you're bringing epics into it. Rathmum Tab, you could go for if you're feeling a little cheeky, I guess. It does have Tagore and Ugo, but Lady Quiller's not a very good champion. Rathmatab is not a really good champion, but he does bring a couple of hard to find or kind of uncommon buffs. Now, for 28 or 27 through 40, you're getting Stolen. Tholen is the champion that I used on my last free-to-play account back in February. And he's really good. Like, he's actually very powerful. Like, he hits very hard. But that's all he is a noober. Like, he brings a weaken on the A1, yes. But a lot of these champions, epic-wise in the game, are bringing weakens now, so it's not that important. But what I will say about him is that A3, it ignores shield and unkillable, and it hits so hard. So he's not a bad choice. I would recommend Norma or Korva or even Wither because Wither, it's hard to recommend her, but she is a really good, strong support. The reason that I picked her is because I don't have her on my main or any of my other accounts. And I just wanted to try her out, and I felt like she would pair pretty well with Pelops. Now, 31, well, we'll talk about it when we get there. 27's Ugo, Ruella, Deacon Armstrong. We've talked about all three of those champions. Solid code. 28, they're going to get Recto Draft. If you're going to be free to play, that's a valid option, Recto Draft, Venomage, and Ugo. But if you're not free to play, for $15, you can buy the Apprentice pack that gives you Recto Draft. So it's kind of hard to recommend wasting what I would consider wasting one of your free champions on her when you can get her for $15 plus all the chickens and stuff you need to take her to 6-star if you're going to spend a little bit of money. So if you're going to spend a little bit of money, that's like the last code I would pick, at least out of the Tholins. But if not, it's a good solid pick. 29, you get a Lure, Recto Draft, or Ruella, kind of the same as 28, except for you're swapping out more like support top champions for more like damage and turn meter manipulating champions. 30, Ugo, Ruella, and Recto Draft. That's actually a solid one. Even if you're going to spend money, Recto Draft is the last champion you get. So you get her at level 30, I believe. And, you know, it wouldn't hurt to have two of her because you could always put them in Faction Guardians. And also, you could have 100% upkeep on Perfect Bell on like Hydra or have double rebuffs that way. Now, 31, I have a lot of interest in. If I wouldn't have already went with Tholin on my last free-to-play account, that would have been the code that I probably used. Miscreated Monster is still, he's one of the old school Halloween champions, but he is still to this day one of my favorite epics in the game. He brings a monster of a shield. He can solo spotter. He has a very good control with his stuns. He self-heals so he can like sustain himself very well, and he brings ally protection. He's got stun, good crowd control, and his HP is monstrous. So Miscreated Monster is a solid champion. Venomage, also solid champion. She got AoE double poisons, 3-turn heal reduction, and the decreased attack and decreased defense with a poison activation on the A1 that destroys the max HP. And a lure we've talked about as well. So 31 out of the Tholins, that's going to be probably my favorite code. You also get Ugo, Tagore, Ruella for 32. 33 is Tagore, Ugo, and Venomage. 34, Mordecai, Recto Draft, Ugo. I don't really recommend that one. 35, Tagore, Ugo, Mausoleum Mage. Don't recommend that. 36, Ugo, Mausoleum Mage, Tagore. Don't recommend that. The only difference between the two is the order that you get the champions in. 37 is Venomage, Light Sword, Ugo, and Tagore. Now that one's a little bit different because you're getting full champions, and Light Sword is a pretty decent champion. He's got an AoE revive on that, the increased defense. He hits relatively hard, and his A1 has really good turn meter manipulation. It's a little bit better than Ruella, but not quite as good as Allure. $38 is Ugo, Lady Annabelle, and Ruella. That's a pretty strong code. It's a pretty well-rounded code, too. You got Tholin for AoE wave clear. You got Ugo for Ugo stuff. Lady Annabelle is solo some Doom Tower stuff. And Ruella to do some Fire Knight. That's a really good starter code. That'll get you through a lot of really important early game areas. Then you got 39, Tagore, Ruella, Lady Annabelle. You're just basically swapping out Ugo for Tagore. Tagore is more like healing your team support, whereas Ugo is more is like support hurting the other team. For 40, you got Tagore, Fane, and Mausoleum Mage. If that was Miscreated Monster instead of Mausoleum Mage, that would probably be my favorite one. Fane is similar to Ruella in the sense of for fighting a single target boss, really top tier, but she's very squishy, even squishier than Ruella. The code that I went with was Wither, Ugo, Tarshawn, and Ruella. The only reason I did that is because I didn't really want Recto Draft, and I wanted to get Ugo a little bit earlier on. And Farrakhan's really good, but with Kale as my poisoner and Pelops doing burns, the ally attack is all I was really getting from him, and I just didn't really, yeah. I didn't want to waste a champion slot on that alone. But any of these codes, screenshot the page, type in the HTTPS address, it'll take you to Plarium. Either download Plarium if you don't have it, or if you do have it, all you really have to do is just log out of Plarium and use that, and it assign you in under the account you create through the player address. And then if you lock the account, if you get lucky on your shards and stuff early on, then you can link an email to it if you choose so and make it an account. But you don't actually have to delete Plarium to start new accounts anymore. Yeah, job with it. Yep, job with it. I don't know if you ever heard, I'm not even really that big into rap, but I don't know if you ever heard of the rapper named Prof or Professor. He's pretty unique, man. He's pretty cool. You should check him out if you're into that type of stuff. Okay. So on this, I think we're going to go down into the Alice relics fragments. Even though we won't unlock the where you use their soul stones for a good little bit, a few days, the Alice fragments I feel like is the overall best set of relics. You can get the cat's gaze from it. And even though the cat's gaze is only a legendary, I feel like it's better than a lot of mythical relics. All right, what's our mission? Mastery. Okay. Let's see what tree Hell Hades recommends for Wither. Expected PvP? What? Or EPVE? That's weird. Why not just PvE? I don't understand what they mean by expected PvE. But they're leaning into the HBM support. Same with Sunset, which is what I recommended going into Sunset. And for a healer. So yeah, they're avoiding the accuracy on all of it. And I gotta say, I agree. I don't really agree with the offense tree because our A1 only is a 2.8 multiplier, which it's defense. I thought it was attack based. Glad I saw that. They give her a 5 out of 5 in the arena. I'm kind of shocked at that. What's our win rate? Only a 26% win rate, though. 39 4. So around 40% up to gold 4. We're about in silver. 51, 43, 30. So yeah, she doesn't have a very good win rate after you get past like early silver. Really any of it. I'm not sure why they're giving her a 5 out of 5 arena score when her win rate's so low. Maybe it's more or less she's not going to win a fight by herself. But I do feel like she has a great team to keep her kid to keep your team alive. She's definitely a hell of a healer. That full team cleanse with a 30% of this champion max HP heal. I guess that's why I thought it was HP based because that heal, but I guess her damage does come from defense. 24k on the HP is really good though. Let's put it into HP. Does it change or okay, so for a healer, they recommend going down the resistance side. But in stun set, they recommend going down the rot side. The difference in the masters they're picking. If either of those two on the left increase your heals, if not, then I think I want to go down the defense. Well, it decreases the damage received by 8% when she's hit with a crit. That actually could be useful in the arena. %, chance points and block debuffs on this champion for 1 turn when a stun or any CC expires. Yeah, I just don't really think that that's useful. That first one to block 8% of crit damage would be nice, but we're already getting 5% from all AoE attacks on the left, so I think we're just going to stick with defense. Now, Aisma is definitely going into attack or crit rate on the offense tree. Ugo. I'm thinking accuracy on the support side, but we'll see what L80 says and see if it lines up. Yeah, they're recommending it for both of them. I don't know why they would have her go into offense. Like, her multipliers are pretty rubbish. I mean, a 5.2 on the A1 actually isn't that bad, but her AoE doesn't do any damage, it's just debuffs, and she's healing, so yeah. We're going to do defense and support with her. And definitely accuracy. She needs all the accuracy she can get. I don't really feel like Gore Crescent is a great relic for Pelops. Let's see if they ever got his multipliers put in. No multipliers yet, but they do have a mastery recommendation now. Support tank is probably where we're going to end up with him, but until we get a better nuker, we're probably going to use him as our nuker for the time being. Would like to get Aisma's crit damage mastery as well. $12K on our A1, or was that our A3? It's auto, so I don't really have a way of knowing. We'll go into manual on these last couple of hits here, and let's see what kind of damage they're putting out at this point. Here's a 9.7k per A1, about 4k with the poison. What's that magma shield going to reflect? Oh, her A2 actually hit pretty hard just then. But his A1 hits a little harder than hers. I always think her name is Asma. It's Aisha, but it looks like Asma. Let's do the ignore defense. Crit damage there. Not bad. Bubbling in the weekend also really helps her out. Now, on pellets, what are they recommending to go with pellets? Defense, support, but that's for support and tank. They're not on a nuker. HP side and crit rate side. Okay. That's kind of what I was feeling. Forgot what they said for asthma. They only gave her a 3, which I think is pretty criminal. Like, they give her a legendary on the damage rating, which I agree with. But a 3, I feel like that's pretty low for her. And a plus and a 2 in the arena, I don't really get that. I mean, a 6-point multiplier on the A3 that decreases the duration of all the buffs by 1 turn and increases the duration of all debuffs by 1 turn. Yeah, that's single target, but like, that can one-shot a lot of champions, especially early in mid-game. And the A2, it's a 4-point attack, which that's kind of the golden standard for AoEs, even for like legendaries. So for an epic to have that with the weaken, the big version, that's pretty good. And the A1, yeah, that's not useful for arena. You have basically a 50% chance when booked between both hits to add 5% poison for 2 turns. So, that's negligible. But the A2 and A3 is pretty decent. And if you pair her with a Cavalax or a Narma or Corvix, anyone who's putting out poisons, the poisons don't have to come from her. It heals the champion by 3% of her max HP whenever an enemy receives damage from a poison. And that could be any amount of enemies. There's no cooldown, and the poisons ain't got to come from her. So while she is kind of on the squishy side, that helps her stay alive. What are they recommended on Mesh? The defense tree? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Because yes, she can put out a weaken, which is nice, but you really need her to stay alive. Where are they? See, they're giving her really good ratings in game, so the people are liking her. I don't know what Helene was really thinking on that. I feel like a 3 is just way too low. I don't really think she's a 4.7, but I think she's a 4. Oh, now we got to go back through the Carrot Castle again. Get this basalt here. We have gotten pretty lucky with it giving us kiosks almost every single turn on or every single stage. I mean, it's only normal mode. We've already beat hard mode, so it would have been really quick and easy no matter what. But kiosks just speed farms it. Man, it was 80 degrees here today. It was like in the 40s last week. What's up with this weather? But I know it's got my allergies acting up. Oh, all it took. Use these last 6 tokens and we'll do our lava arenas on our main. We gotta put in. Not much to put in. Because their attack, we don't need that. I guess we'll do the hypnotic stash here. I wish I had that on a relic. Stun somebody on every 5th turn. That would be freaking broken. I bet Wither can, if you built her with to deal damage, I bet she could like speed farm campaign for you. Especially on these stages that are heavily into magic affinity champions. Got one key left. Are there any boss chests? Yeah, there's one. What would be a dose here? We'll manual Garrel into her second form and then put it back on auto. Dude, we are lapping this team. Garrel say one probably one shot it. Oh yeah. Always forget about Sigfrid's A1 increasing the duration of all debuffs by 1 turn. That's so like underrated or forgotten about because he's such a good damage dealer that you don't really care about that. But between him and Calvalax, look, she's already got 5 stacks of that poison. Well, damn. Sometimes I gotta kill you. Unkillable and a bobbling death. Yeah, you do it. Not quite. Almost. Attack percentage. Flame. We got speed. Awesome. Take that on up to 16. Only a 5-star, but still. And a double roll into crit damage and 1 and 2 attack with accuracy. Yeah, that's not bad at all. And we got HP, speed, and crit damage. Let's see where that goes into on a flame. Not what we want. We did not want any into that flat stat HP. To our lab arenas. IQ 98. Funny. Of course, you lead with the Marius. We'll lead with our bias and Lazarius. I will counter your Marius with a Lazarius. Prayer attack type with offense artifact level 8 or higher. Did I misread that? Yeah, that's a. What do we have, my lord? It says we already have 4 out. He's not considering that. I'm so confused on why that's there. Let's swap this around. And Wither's not an attack-based champion, nor is she rare. We'll do this just long enough to get that mission out, and then we'll swap our gear back. What's up, Longboard? According to the Hell Haiti website, the next 2x will be in 6 days. So it's not looking like it. I mean, it doesn't say which 2x it's going to be, but I would say not because they just did one like in the last month. Normally they do one every like 4 to 6 months. So, I mean, if you want to pull them, I'm not going to say it's necessarily a bad time because they don't do them very often. But if you're I'll put it this way. If you're a free-to-play player, I would say save them. But if you're going to spend a little bit of money, then yeah, go ahead and pull them. You have 425 primal shards. How are you new to raid if you got that many? Dude, that would take like a year or two to build up if you're free to play. That's crazy. That's also like $3,000 worth of primals. If you do pull them, oh okay, Yeah, I was gonna say, man, that's a crazy amount. You said you're new. How long have you been playing? I mean, that should definitely catch you up. 6 weeks? That many? I mean, do you okay, first question. Do you have any mythicals besides Mikage on your account yet? Or do you have any mythicals at all? Okay. Uh I would I hate to tell you to spend shards promos outside of a 2x, but if you're willing to spend that kind of money, I would pull until you get your first primal, or sorry, mythical. And if it's a good mythical, if you want to pull them up on the side, and then when you get a mythical, come and tell me in the chat, and I'll tell you like if that's like a mythical to carry your account or not. But I would pull until you get your first mythical, and if it's a good mythical, just build him up, buy the mythical books you need for him, but save the rest of them for a 2x. With the type of player that you sound like you are, just from what little info that you've given, I feel like you should probably have a mythical champion. And yeah, as long as you get a good mythical to start out with, you can manage using that to carry you long enough for until the next problem bit. And that way you can get the dopamine in return from all the problems that you've got. Because one good mythical really can change your account. Yeah, Froley was the dwarf. That was the first mythical I pulled, and he sucks. They buffed him, and he still sucks. Which one do you think you would want the most? Well, the dark elf, it really depends on which one and which where you're wanting to use her at. Like, are you do you already have a good like Chimera and Hydra and Clanbots team? Because Ericoa, let me see if it's her first or second form. She has a crazy skill. Okay, it's not the first form. Her A2 on her second form is a triple hitter that attacks enemy max HP. And I mean, it also ignores shield block damage and unkillable if they're under block active skill or decreased defense. But she is probably the best enemy max HP game in the game, or max HP champion in the game. Her A2 is basically moot on crack. And she's immune to all CCs. Eriko is a really good champion. I would really like to have her myself. But Aphidus, on the other hand, yeah, he's not very good. Yeah, don't we all? I think we all went Star Sage. As you can see, I've got quite a few mythicals. I've got over half of them. But out of all of my mythicals, I feel like Siegfried, Gizmek, and Geralt and Lazarius are my four favorites out of the ones that I have. What do you mean? No, not the best. Not the best. What? Oh, yeah. Uh, if you want to screenshot a picture of your champion roster and send it to my Discord, I could try to help you put a team together. I can one key. Well, it's not really a big accomplishment to one key Demon Lord, but I can one key Demon Lord, Hydra, and Chimera on max difficulty. So I'm not the best at it, but I definitely know a little bit. So if you need some help putting the team together, I can definitely help you. 1 second, I gotta grab me a drink. Be right back. Spell it. How to spell it out here? Sounds like when you squish a hand. Thanks. Watching it. I don't know. But oh, I would love that. Okay, I'm back. Uh, it is. That's my Discord. The next time you get on, though, if you want to send me a screenshot of your champion roster, I'll definitely help. I'm not the best at PvP, but I'm pretty good at making PvE teams. And yeah, on your way to getting your first mythical, you're most likely gonna pull one, if not two, legendaries. So that'll also help your account dramatically. When you're new or like early game account, it does there's a few legendaries that are just straight trash, but pretty much any legendary is gonna be helpful. Okay, I got your request. Finally, someone who didn't ban my berries. Yeah, no problem. Whenever you decide to do your shard pull, let me know. I'd like to know what you get. I don't know if you stream or make videos or anything, but if you do, you should definitely make a video of you pulling the shards. I need to get my wither faster than Pallops. Since her A1 is able to one-shot the wave, it'd just be a lot quicker that way. She has speed boots. Yeah, let's take them boots off. Does that put her 109? Yeah, 109. If they're the same speed, I wonder who would go first. Al, if you add me on Discord, screen share it when you do it. I wouldn't mind watching. I'd love to see that big of a shard pull. I don't get to see that big. The most I've ever pulled on promos was like 80 or 90 at once. So, however many, if you're going to pull until you get a mythical, that'd be fun to watch. Okay. So even though him and her are at the same speed, I'm guessing where she's the team leader, it makes her go first. So that's good to know that if two people in your party are in the same lead, whichever one's in the team leader position will go first and get prioritized. Yeah, that's a pretty fast day one too. Plus one Mary. It's only 3-star blessing, but plus one. That means he pulled a Tamesia, whatever. I'm I was under the impression that the Mercy only counted for legendaries on problems that Mythicals didn't have a Mercy. I could be wrong, but for some reason I thought the Mythic or the Mercy only counted for legendaries. I can look I can look it up real quick after this arena fight and know for certain. It tells you the Mercy percentages under the like Soulstone pool area, the shard pool area. Ah, shoot. 9A Carnage, Fabian, Empress. If there's just Empress, Fabian, Carnage with someone else, I wouldn't be worried. But the Naame or Name, however you pronounce her name, that's going to be hard to deal with mixed with Fabian and Carnage. At least we outsped them. Not by much, though. Oh, okay. I couldn't remember. At least Fabian couldn't take my unkillable away on Daryl. That's the main thing I need anyways. That way she can get her health down to like close to 1% without dying. And since Empress is probably fixing to nuke me down, that'd be pretty much what saves the day. If Empress transforms, I will be able to attack him without taking damage, and that'd keep it from killing myself in the process. So, if you don't get Galathir, who would be your next choice? Like, I guess, who would be your top 3 mythicals you would want to see? Because out of 400, you do stand a pretty decent chance of pulling 3 of them. You should at least get 2, but there's a good possibility you'll wind up with 3. Just barely, but we got that one. Lazarius was definitely game changing for my account. If I had to pick three that I don't have, it would be Joanna, Galathir, and either Theodosia or Nias. Probably Nias. Well, I would want, if I had Galathir, then yeah, I'd take Noth over Theodosia. But if I didn't have Galathir, then I would take Theodosia over Nias. Now, I used to think Galathir was the top one as far as like the survivability champions, but after fighting both of them so much in Live Arena, I feel like Theodosia might actually be a little bit better now. I don't know. You could make a case for either one, definitely, but I definitely get more annoyed or ban Theodosia more than Galathir. Geralt is probably my favorite. Like, Geralt's probably my favorite damage dealer in the game, to be honest. She's not a mythical, but I pulled the steel Riverthorn or whatever her name is from that free prism shards that they handed out yesterday on my like main free to play account. And dude, she was game like I could already tell she's going to be game changing for my not this account I just started today, but my main free to play. She was hitting. Keep in mind, like it's a very like mid tier account, like probably not even like probably like low mid tier account, and she was hitting 400 to 600K on her AOE per head in the arena. And that was with like 300 crit damage and like 6K attack. Might have been like 340 crit damage with like 6.4K attack, I believe, to be like accurate about it. But dude, she hits so hard. She's a legendary, and she's not even a void legendary. But dude, she hits like a Mack truck. Yeah, all my other accounts I got epics out of, but I will say I got her on the account that I needed her on the most. If I got her on my main account, I probably wouldn't have used her that much, if at all. But on my like mini account or my main free to play account, I needed something like her. I have a Ornn, that dwarf dude, the Void Legendary. But outside of him, it's like him, Alice, and Luminicity are my main nukes, so I needed her bad. I'm gonna throw out Fabian this time. Hopefully they'll ban him because I don't even have full gear on him. At least most of the epics in the pool are good, and if you have a new account, which if you're spending enough money to buy that many promos, you probably don't want to be using epics to begin with. But regardless, at least most of the epics that are on that list of champions are pretty good. Yeah, Galeus, the chicken, is great. Flavius, he's pretty good. He's kind of out of for a mythical, I would give him like a 6.5 though. Maybe a 7, but he's very like kind of middle in the upper middle of the pack for a mythical. Like he's good overall, like general use case, definitely. But he doesn't have like that one special thing about him. Like Galather, his special thing is like reviving, keeping your team alive, stuff like that. Daryl, her special thing is AoE nuking people down. Siegfried is having that big nuke, but he can go into what I would call the best support form in the game, or the best revive in the game, not really support form. Uh, Laminus doesn't really have that like special niche, or at least I haven't found. I'm not seeing it if there is. He's definitely a solid champion, and I wouldn't be mad if you to get him. Damn, I did not mean to ban Arbiter. But yeah, Galeus is great. But then when you get a mythical, you're gonna have to buy a ton of soul stones and get a blessing on him. If it's a nuker, you need minimum of 4-star blessing to get the crit damage. And if it's a debuffer, you need a minimum 5-star blessing for that accuracy. And any of them that's like, even if they're not placing debuffs, if they're just like buffing your team, you still need a 5-star soul for that resistance. Man, they never banned Fabian when I want them to. Oh, Ashnar, the other Orc Mythical. I have him, but I haven't been able to really get much of a use case out of him yet. Other than he counters Volcanos and Gizmac really well. Out of the mythicals that I have, the I guess the order that I get the most use case out of, I have to look at them all on the list. Definitely Lazarius, probably number one. Geralt, probably number two. Gizmac, probably number three. Siegfried, no. Yeah, Siegfried's probably number four. Arbias, probably number five. Uh, Empress, probably number six. Ain't no way I can win this one. I screwed up throwing that Fabian out there. Siegfried's crazy though. Like his damage is just insane. Which Geralt, if she can make, I guess what Siegfried has on Geralt damage wise is he can do it on his first form, so he doesn't have to make it to his second form. But Geralt, if she can make it to her second form, it's over. Like if she can get her A2 off to get the protected unkillable, plus make it to her second form, there's no stopping Geralt. Affinity does not matter. But yeah, I would go Lazarius, then Geralt, then Gizmac, then Siegfried, then Arbias, then Cometus, then Nell, or sorry, then Empress, then Nell, then the Chicken, then Carnage, then Ashnar, and then Mikage, and then Fawny. When you say support, are you meaning like a rebobber, a buffer, or a debuffer? I don't know why he just backed out. He stood a pretty good chance of winning that. Like, it's not guaranteed, but it was like 50-50 if he was going to win or not. Maybe he knew he was running out of time and didn't want to risk it and get into a new battle. I'll take that free win. I need that chest. Oh, we got our legendary book. Awesome. For if you're wanting a rebobber, then yeah, Galathir is probably what you're wanting. But for a debuffer, I mean, you can get Carnage for free. You're not going to get him from a shard, I don't think, but you can get him from Curse the City after like 6 months of grinding it out. Carnage is a great debuffer. Arakoa puts out that not the beetle looking dark elf, but the other dark elf. She's a really good debuffer. That brand new one that just came out, that's like a vampire lady. She's a pretty good debuffer. I guess probably the best debuffer though is Nell, because she's putting out a decreased defense and a weaken on the same turn with turn meter manipulation, all on the same skill, and she's putting out poisons like crazy. Every time they heal, increase turn meter or buff, she's putting out poisons, and she can put them to sleep. So, like, all of that combined in her first form, she probably is the best debuff for Mythical. Probably Crixia, because it depends on what type of debuff. If you're wanting, like, block active skills type debuff, yeah, Crixia. But Crixia, I don't see her much anymore. You still see a lot of Nell and a lot of Galathir. If I had Galathir, I'd be using him on every 5. Galathir, Lazarius, and Siegfried would be a crazy trio. Galathir, I would really make that trio complete. I guess for the 4th one, I'd still probably use Geralt because the unkillable. But like that would be a borderline, maybe even our bias because of revival and deaths. You would have Lazarius passively doing a revive every other turn. You would have Siegfried reviving everybody when they died. You would have Star Sage with his revive. And yeah, like that would be a crazy team. Yeah, Nell is amazing, but you need a 5. You really need a 6-star, but you need a bare minimum 5-star blessing for her to be able to like do the work that you see done in the arena. Crixia, though, great champion. She's just not as good as she once was. The way the meta has evolved and with all the skill cooldowns, since so many people have Donatello and they use him on the turtle teams, it's kind of put a damper on Crixia. Really, anybody that decrease or increases their own, or I guess decrease their own team's cooldowns. But she's a great champion. She used to be like one of like the top 3 mythicals, and now she's probably like she's in the top 10 mythicals, I would say, but she's probably like 8 or 9. Isaac, though, you don't hear very many people talk about him, But dude, I couldn't tell you how many fights he's won me. And that burn, being able to take off everyone's stone skin on the first turn, plus putting crit rate, crit damage, and increased speed out on everybody, all in the same turn, plus burn and decrease speed on the enemy. I mean, it's an amazing opening to a fight. And that A2, if they're under a decreased defense, it ignores block damage and dupes like really hard. And him bringing taunt and unkillable and ally protection is really nice too. And Pain Link. He's the only champion whose Pain Link actually deals considerable damage. There's a few other champions with Pain Link, but they don't deal near the damage that his does. Ash was making a bet that the Argonite's Mythical will be the first Void Mythical in the game. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. They kind of flip-flop on if they're going to release a Void Mythical this year or not. Sometimes they say they do, sometimes they say they're not. But I could definitely see the first Void Mythical for Argonites, or being for Argonites. The new one they released for Barbarians, Arn the White, I haven't got to playtest him, and I've only went against him in the arena once. But he was only like level 46, only had like a 1 or 2 star blessing, and was only 5-star ascended. You weren't even fully ascended. And I didn't lose to him, but I could tell if he would have been level 60 and fully ascended, he would have beat me like hardcore. The Argonites would be a good faction or way to introduce Mythical, Void Mythical, though. On one hand, I can't wait to see it, but on the other hand, the way they've been power creeping lately, I could only imagine how hard power creep would be for a Void Mythical. I bet it would have like a 50% speed aura. Because Odin, he already has a 40% speed aura for other voids. His would have to be like 50 to be better than a legendary. That would be sick, man. Like, that would be crazy. Yeah, that new mythical Arn, he's amazing from what I've seen. Like I said, I only fought him that one time, but he would have wrecked me if he would have been fully built up. Which I did go into it. I saw the level 46 and I kind of underestimated him a little bit and didn't play the smartest, but I could tell like that's a busted champion. All of these new champions they've been putting in the game here lately, it's just been like Solinar. They're just crazy. They're not the champions we got back in my day of Raid, like when I first started. 2026 is definitely a whole new era of Raid. Oh, I didn't see that, Marius. When the burns start ticking, they're going to give him a bunch of extra turns. I don't know if we'll be able to take them or not with Gizmac on the team. That's one thing about Gizmac having the Incinerate blessing. It makes it hard to fight Marius with him. I pretty much have to take him off the team to fight a Marius. Yeah, I'm going to have to take Gizmac off the team to fight Marius. Then Burn should give him too many turns. Let's try this with Combetus instead of Marius. Or Gizmax, sorry. What's that? Buff? Oh, Fortify. Fervor or Fortify, I get mixed up on the symbols. I haven't got used to use or going up against those too much yet. And Shatter. But since I've got Cassandra, I've started memorizing Shatter. Lock them active skills. We gotta get this Mary's gone. That Enfeeble, that's gonna suck. I don't think I'm gonna be able to one-shot him with that. Yeah, no, that hurt. Oh, Enfeeble, where it makes you weak hit, you can't land debuffs when you're under Enfeeble. Man, that sucks. I should have known that because of the way the mechanics work, but I just didn't realize that. What? Why didn't I get block damage? Sicker. That was lame. You know, we didn't beat that Marius team, but I bet we beat this team here. It is wild that like Marius alone can be more intimidating than like a full team of Mythicals. He's just so much better than anybody else in the game. Marius really might be the best champion in the game. And you can't even get him from a shard. You got to do a million quests. So it's not even like you can pay to win get him. Which on one hand is good, but on the other hand, it's kind of annoying because I would have definitely bought him over a lot of these other mythicals. Yeah, we couldn't take on a Marius, but we can take on a Galather, Carnage, that's just an Thor. Got to check back up on the arena on this new free to play. That's one of the best ways to keep up in the tournament. Is just grinding the crap out of the arena. It should have that quest done. Yeah. Oh, you actually have to do stage 7 on that series. Okay. We're still going to look at the arena first. We'll see if we can get that other one into crit rate. Nope. HP. Damn. Yeah, when you're starting a new account, be sure that you use all of your arena tokens before they expire. And that will really help you skyrocket up through the tournament ranks for the novice tournament. And this early on in the game, as long as you have an arena team at all, like not even a good one, just if you put anything together, you're probably going to win because most people are using starter champions. Like those are literally the first 4 champions that you pull every single time you make a new account, no matter what. They could. We've really got to get the potions to get Elephas to 3-star to unlock that passive where he puts out the burns of Petrify. That's like, other than the macro shield, that's like his main thing in his kit. Oh, you got Darren Bill. The Prism Shard was I mean, yeah, it's not a legendary, but dude, Arendelle hits harder than most legendaries. We're gonna have to manual this one to make sure that we can take him out first. Awesome. See how that magma shield made both of them people kill themselves? That's what's going to make Pelipos or Pelvis, whatever his name is, so powerful in the arena. That magma shield is pretty busted. Just build him with a bunch of HP. I probably won't even worry about crit damage and stuff on him. Just build him with HP and accuracy. And just anything to make him tanky and able to land the debuffs from him being it when he gets attacked. And resistance so they don't spill the taunt and stuff. And just let them attack him. Yeah, dude, that is crazy. People have been kind of mixed in the community about whether they think he's good or not. I think after they see him in action, that's going to change their minds. Because he can just stand there. Like, as long as he gets that one turn to put up the shields, that's all he needs to do. And then just stand there and be taunted. Not even a legendary. Yeah, that dude pulled a nude out of his prison shard. He got lucky. Which one? There's a couple of new ones. I'm glad you told me about that mercy counter on the mythicals though, because I've got to be getting close to my mercy for mythicals. I haven't pulled one in about 6 months now, and Alice, that's great, man. At least now you have the reviver for the faction, and her A1 will bring if you're doing the fusion, her A1 will bring the fusion in like with her or any other Argonite that you pair with her. But kind of like how Mikage's A1 brings another person from that faction into attack, she does that for this faction. Are you going to keep pulling until you get a mythical? Yeah. Yeah, I feel you, man. That's how I am. If I start buying shards and the first shard pack I get doesn't get me a legendary, I have to just keep buying them until I get either the legendary or the mythical or whichever I'm shooting for. Wow, they all went through the A1. That sucks. Well, hey, at least you got your faction guardians. I pulled over 100 ancients last night and didn't get a single one from the faction. Like none of the rares, none of the epics, nothing from that faction. I think we'll run us through HP as our first affinity bonus. Since his shield is based off of his HP. Oh, we can. We ain't got enough to. Okay. Oh, I could get down to 90, get that ancient shard. Hopefully past that. Ronnie, I'm sorry, man. All I know to tell you on that is put him in his second form and let him keep your team alive. He is good at keeping your team alive. I'll give him that. It's just for a mythical, he already got buffed and he hits pretty, like, compared to a legendary, he's solid, but compared to the mythicals, he's not that good. I feel for you on that one, man. How many shards do you got left? Or was that all of them? And when you build Frony, try to get him to about 100k HP and about 300 crit damage. You can get away with 80 crit rate until you can do better. Shoot for 100, but if you can, as long as you can get above 80 or 85, it'll be okay for the time being. Because, like, he's not weak. He does hit decent. It's just compared to, like, Siegfried or Geralt, yeah, he's weak. Well, that's still a pretty good chance of getting another one. Who knows? You might get lucky and pull two. You've got about a 50% chance of pulling two, but you should at least get one. As long as the game doesn't hate you. My wife bought these Girl Scout coconut macaroon cookie Pop Tarts, and dude, they're actually pretty good. I'm gonna pull my 7 sacreds here, see what I get. And every time I see Corpul and Cadaver, I think I pulled a Vogue off. Gerhardt the Stone, not a great champion, not a bad champion for an epic. He has a 25% chance of a stun, 50% chance to stun if the target has more than the 75% turn meter. Not a bad A1. Puts an increased crit rate, increased crit damage from his champion for 2 turns, and then attacks an enemy. Ignores the quarter of the defense, ignores 50% if the target's under increased defense. And he's immune to pretty much all CCs. I guess that is all CCs. I'm not seeing any that's not on the list. But he does hit decent, and he's fairly tanky. The other epic, you got Full Board, Floodbard. I think he sucks. I've heard people make cases for him, but not me. He's got a freaking AoE with a 100% chance to put decreased defense, but it's on a 4-turn cooldown, and it's only for 2 turns. It's awful crooning for, like, the name awful crooning. Yeah, it's awful for a reason. But he does have a guaranteed stun if the target has no buffs. And if they do have buffs, he'll steal 2 of them. And he does put a 100% heal reduction on a triple hitter A1. So I guess you could use him in Fire Knight, but outside of that, he sucks. Another epic, Bone Keeper. I always think she's Zargala when she comes out, but no, just the Bone Keeper. Her A1 does have a 75% chance to put the big version of decreased defense on the A1. That's not bad. Her A2 attacks one enemy and it deals 50% more crit damage. I guess I've never built her up, but that sounds like you could make her crit damage if that goes to base. Like if it makes her base scaling 50% stronger, or if it just adds 50% on top of the total number. That's going to determine whether or not that skill hits. But if it goes into the base multiplier, that would make her have, like, if you built her at 300 crit damage, that would make her hit 450 crit damage on that specific move. So that's contextual. It depends on which way the math works on it. And then attacks one enemy, puts an extra hit if this attack is critical, fills the Terminator ball allies by 50% if it kills an enemy. So considering her rankings are around 4.3 and lower, I would say that the 50% crit damage is not scaled from the base. It's added on top, so I would say trash. NX, one of the starter champions. Not like starter champions, but from the code that's going around right now. The A1, 60 or 70% chance to put decreased defense because it's double hitter 35 on each hit. For an A1, that's a pretty good chance. The A2 attacks one enemy twice. Each hit has a 100% chance of placing a decreased accuracy and a poison debuff for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. So they're always going to have decreased accuracy. They're always going to have 5% poison out. Not too bad for an epic. And then the A3 attacks one enemy, 100% chance to put a weaken, heals the champion by half the damage inflicted. So he is on a 3-turn cooldown. So he's going to have pretty good uptime on decreased defense, decreased accuracy, and the big version of weaken plus a poison, all big versions. And passive places a 60% increased defense on the champion when their health drops below 75, and puts a 50% increased attack when it drops below 50, grants an extra turn when the champion's health drops below 10. I've never actually used NX, but for an epic, that sounds pretty good, actually. But his speed is 90, dude. That's like one of the lowest speeds in the game. Another epic. We got Dirt the Hungerer. I don't even know what he does. Attack one enemy, 40% chance to stun. Lame. Come on now. That's a relatively new champion. We do better than that now. Oh, hell yeah, man. You got Geralt? Congrats. You just won the game. Geralt will one key Hydra. She'll one key Demon Lord. She'll one key Moat. Not the final difficulty of Chimera, but the other difficulties for your damage anyways. She will solo every campaign stage from every difficulty. She'll kill. She won't really be that good against Fire Knight, but the other dungeons, she's great. Great for faction wars. She can solo it, even hard mode. Yeah. If you're able to afford it, I recommend buying the books for it. But dude, she's amazing. Like, you just got an amazingly good champion, man. I'm excited for you. I'm happy for you. They do reflect damage on everybody with a continuous heal. Then heals all allies within their activate tree. That's not a bad skill. And then revive all allies with half health and half Terminator. Okay. So his A1's kind of lame, but the A2 is a good heal. And the A3 is a pretty decent revive for epic, so yeah. Decent champion, I guess. And another epic. Thea. She has okay ratings, but I'm not a fan of her. Well, who knows? You might get another mythical, or you might not. Did you get any legend other than Palace? Did you get any other legendaries during all of those? Man, we just pulled. Uh, yeah, no problem. Sanguinia. She's a decent champion for an epic. Actually, she's a really good champion for an epic. Yeah, I don't blame you. We got to get our rares for the fusion. I did my ice golem yesterday, but it's good talking to you, man. Triple hitter. Each hit has a 30% chance of decreasing the duration of two random buffs for one turn. Puts a block debuff on all allies for one turn. Continues healing all allies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. And attacks one enemy. 100% chance to transfer all debuffs from this champion to the target. Removes all debuffs from all allies except for this champion. So, what happens first? If she removes all the debuffs from all the allies except for this champion, so it's a full team cleanse, and everything on her she puts on to the target. Okay, I get what it's saying. That's a pretty decent skill. Osgrim's pretty decent. I don't remember what Vizier does. I know I've heard people mention him. How many event points did that give us? 55k. Nice. Oh, okay. We need to come down the line and make sure we get our keys, though. I really want those 100 legendary Alice points. But we got to make sure we get our rares, because after playing Telephus or whatever the fuck his name is on our free to play, we got to make sure we get him on our main. That is non-negotiable. All right. So we did get the epic out of the event. So even if we don't get anything else, like if we don't get anything good from Clan Boss the next couple of days, we did at least get enough to get the 2 rares in the epic. I'm hoping that we'll get enough points between running the event dungeon, or not the event dungeon, just the regular dungeons, and pulling shards to get the 100 Mad Hatter relic points. But regardless, at least we got the event, or yeah, the 2 rares in the epic. Did you get enough? Did you get enough points to max out your event though? Because you do need those to be able to do the fusion. Did you take all of the mythical relics? I was just curious if that was enough points to get all the mythical relic points. Not even sure what this Dex Coast dude does. I don't remember. Second enemy type, each hit deals ally the lowest HP, 5% of champion's XP. Okay, nothing special. Oh, hell yeah, we got an ancient shard from doing dragon. AoE puts increased defense on every 2 turns. About 2 random allies, 40% torment choice, or 40% HP choice. Turn meter. Heal all allies 15% of the champion's max HP. Heals all allies, even if no allies put 5. Then puts a veil on everybody. So it's actually healing 55% HP and 20% turn meter and putting a perfect veil out. That's not a bad revive skill. 800k. Holy cow, man. I'm probably not, well, not probably. I know I'm not able to get all the relics, but I am going to go for the mythical Alice event relics. I feel like out of all the relic classes, the Alice event probably had, like, overall the most consistently good. What a great savage piece for an HP nuker. Well, man, I'm glad you got Geralt, dude. I was feeling bad when you pulled a Frawny. I was trying to talk it up so you didn't feel so bad, but it's like, dude, there's no saving Frawny. But you went from the worst to the first. What I'm running her on is 4-piece Savage, 3-piece Slayer, and 2-piece React. Is it Reaction? Yeah, Reaction. I'm doing the Reaction. That way, it's got a 50% chance to not be able to be critical hit before she takes a turn. It just helps keep her alive. The 3-piece Slayer is for the crit rate, crit damage, and speed. And the Savage is to ignore a quarter of their defense because she's already ignoring 50%, and it hurt. And then you mix in the masteries. When you put Helm Smasher, Savage, and then the defense that she ignores on her second form A2, she's ignoring full 100% defense. So she technically is dealing pure damage. But as long as you get the Savage on her, you could do Stone Skin, you could do Impulse, you could do Swift Parry, Merciless. There's a bunch of different options. Just make sure that you either have Savage or if you're able to pull it, Lethal. Lethal is just basically Savage, but a little bit better. But it's a little bit harder to get. I think you have to do Dark Fane. You got to do her on hard mode on the second rotation where she's the main boss to actually get like the good mythical gear pieces. So Savage is a lot easier to come by. You can just do Fire Knight standard for that. You can't really go wrong with Daryl, though. No matter what you put her in, her multipliers and base stats are so high that just you're not going to go wrong no matter what you run her in. And where they added HP to her multipliers, you can make her a little bit on the tankier side, like HP wise, and her still deal a ton of damage. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I should be live the majority of tomorrow. So yeah, I'll see you. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good night, man. Yeah, we're definitely making pretty good progress on here. We need a better lobstill gauntlet, but after that, we'll have a pretty decent lobstill set for an attack-based champion. I want to farm up a few masteries, but overnight when I get off. But at the same time, I feel like we need to use that energy to like level up chickens to take our champions on up to 60. At least take Pelipus and Wither to 60. So I don't know what would be a better priority. I haven't decided yet to do match threes or get them to 60. Which Pelipus needs to be 60 to get Helm Smasher anyways. But Wither, I'm wondering if it wouldn't be worth it to go ahead and get her 5 tier masteries. And that XP is just poking along now. Always the resistance. You don't need resistance this early on in the game. That's like a late mid game, in game stat. It's raid 7. Are you on a new account or an old account? What's up, Dimitri? How's it going?
We have Withered the Crowned, a demon spawn, force affinity, legendary healer, and cleanser, and buffer, and everything else. A few shout outs to you guys. Alfonso, Luis Vallejo, asking for a guide almost every day here. Big shout out to you, Alfonso. Finally, we made it happen. We have Muscleman 5010. Can you make a guide on Wither the Crowned? I pulled her the first progressive chance event, and then pulled Staltus Act afterwards. Congratulations, man. And shout out to all the rest of you who keep the champion guide requests coming. Let's go ahead and take a look at Wither the Crowned. All right, guys, so Wither the Crowned, here she is. She's been impaled, ladies and gentlemen. She does have a dagger right through her heart, and it's coming out the backside as well, in case you missed those details. The good news is even though two hands are tied behind her back, I think, or are they holding something? Are they holding a necklace? Yeah, it doesn't look like they're tied, but she does have two more hands, right? So she's got that going on as well. You can check out the champion lore on Wither the Crowned and how she became to be in the situation that she finds herself here through the champion lore inside the game. She's a support legendary, force affinity demon spawn, as I mentioned. What does she do? She has an AoE on the A1, Soul's Impalement, attacks all enemies, has a 50% chance of placing a leech for 1 turn, also places a continuous heal, big version, on a random ally for 2 turns. Now, all of her abilities do scale off of defense. Her base defense is not that high, but it's not bad at 1178. Her speed is high at 108, and her HP is very high at 24k, which is really nice, given what we're going to talk about on the A3. Feel No Pain is a 3-turn cooldown on the A2. We get a big version, increased defense on all allies for 2 turns. Also increases the duration of all continuous heal buffs on all allies, then instantly activates any continuous heal buffs on all allies. Boy, is that a nice ability to have. You know, the instant activation of continuous heals while she's extending the duration, that just really adds to her already incredibly robust healing profile. Her Azure Redeemer, on a 3-turn cooldown as well. It's really nice that the books go right down to the cooldown and right to the cooldown. 4 books on the A2, the A3. She does have 4 books necessary on the A1 that just go to damage, so see if you can get lucky, because you don't need to damage book the A1. On the passive, again, no books here, so it's not too bad. Wait, the A3, we didn't even read it. Removes all debuffs from all allies, and then heals all allies by 30% of this champion's max HP. That scales so well, it is a massive heal. This heal alone will be enough to completely heal some of the champions on your team, provided that you build her correctly. Very strong. So the cleanse, the big heal, the continuous heal activation, the increased defense, the AoE leech, and on Eternal Flame passive places a continuous heal on the ally with the lowest HP for 1 turn at the start of each turn. She also has resist in all battles by 50 on the aura. Man, she's really one of the best healer in supports inside the entire game, guys. So congratulations. If you're watching this video because you just got your hands on her, you just pulled her, congrats. If you have her in the vault, what are you doing? Use this champion. You can definitely use her somewhere. I would say almost everybody can use this amazing champion. So Wither the Crowned, we have her in a stun set and an immortal set. So many different ways you can build this champion. I love the stun because on the AoE, well, she has an AoE, on the A1 ability, right? So might as well go ahead and put a stun set on her, and then she brings control to the table on top of everything else that she does. And it's not going to make her, you know, bad in any other area. It's not like it's going to detract from the rest of her stats or her skills or what she's able to do, right? So take advantage of that stun. It's going to help you out in wave content and Doom Tower floors. I use her in a few different areas of Curse City as a control champion in that stun set, or with the heals and the buffs if we need them in the cleanse, right? So I love stun on this champion. However, triple immortal works as well. I would also consider curing. A curing set on this champion, why not? You could also run maybe double immortal and 1 perception, because keep in mind, you do need accuracy to land the leech on her A1. That's a tough one. the fact that only one little thing on her entire kit requires accuracy, but I do love having that leech there as well. So especially if you're depending on it in areas like Hydra Clan Boss, we definitely want to go ahead and build enough accuracy. You don't need to overdo it, but around, 200, 300 accuracy, depending on where you are, should be enough to land that leech in most scenarios with dungeons and with Hydra Clan Boss. So what do we put on her here? Well, we went with resistance on the banner. I like building her with resistance. It's not imperative to do so, but she is a cleanser, right? So might as well build a little bit of resist on her if you can. Other options are obviously going to be HP on the banner, or you could even go defense if you wanted to. You don't want to totally neglect defense, but you do want to gravitate towards HP as much as possible because of that amazing scalability of that high number 24K. We have defense on the amulet. We have defense on the ring as well. I did get a nice 22% defense percentage on the substats there as well. Now, because we went defense on the accessories, we're absolutely going to go speed on the boots. We're going to go HP percentage on the chest, and we're going to go with HP percentage on the gauntlets, okay? So you definitely want to take advantage of this percentage gear, the gauntlets, and the chest as well. If you're going to use maybe a little bit of unorthodox build inside the arena, I would even consider potentially going with like stone skin or something like that and putting HP percentage also on her boots. I like having her fast too, though, so there's a lot of options. As I said, curing set, I want to definitely throw that out there as well. Curing is actually really good because, again, Wither is one of the best healers out there in the game. So curing set is going to make her an even more competent healer, and it's going to go a long way given how robust her kit is already when it comes to that support. I have as a blessing Faultless Defense. It was changed too. Whenever an enemy attacks an ally under an increased defense placed by this champion, reflects a portion of the damage back to the attacker. She has increased defense on a 3-turn cooldown. Why not? Get a little bit extra damage out of this champion as well. So I have her at 5-star awakening. That's a 9% damage reflected back. If you have her 6-star, that's 15% damage reflected back. It's not bad. If I did have her 6-star, though, I would probably just go with Smite, Brimstone, or I would go in the arena with Polymorph, obviously, right? For masteries, well, because we have her in a stun set, I did put her in a stun mastery build, but it's going to be fairly similar no matter what way I'm building her, right? I'll give you some options. So I went defense. I went down to blast proof. You definitely want to pick up Shadow Heal because heals this champion by 6% of their max HP every time an enemy is healed. 6% of her max HP, we have like 120k HP on her, right? It scales really easily, so getting a 6% heal is big, it's substantial, and it's going to happen every time an enemy is healed. Rejuvenation, increased amount of healing and the value of shields this champion receives by 5%. Might as well keep her alive there as well. We did get some turn meter boosters. Cycle of Revenge, every time an ally is hit with a critical hit, has a 15% chance, or a 50% chance of increasing the turn meter by 15%. And then we went down with Fearsome Presence. Now, I did double up on the Harvest Despair on the Leech, right? She does have a Leech on the AoE on the A1, but every time she places that stun, we can place the Leech as well. So I went double on the Harvest Despair on the Leech to get more heals from our damage dealers alongside Wither the Crowned on their team. The most important on the support tree, other than the healing, it's great to have more HP with Steadfast, more healing, rapid response is fantastic, more turn meter increase, but lasting gifts. We really want to extend the duration of the increased defense and the continuous heals that she is constantly casting and then activating as well. So lasting gifts is the way to go for me. And then Fearsome Presence. That's going to bring our stun set odds from an 18 to a 23% chance on that AoE on the A1. That's how we have her built, guys. I gave you a few recommendations on other ways to build her and other blessings to consider as well. Her total stats are going to be 117k, 4100, 274, and then 430 on the resistance. Stat priorities on this champion are going to be speed, HP, or HP, speed. After that, you can build resist and accuracy as kind of 3A, 3B. And then if you want to get a little bit of damage out of her, you absolutely can. That AoE on the A1, they give her a 2.8 damage defense multiplier. That's not that bad, actually. So if she is staying alive and you're using her in an area like Hydra Clan Boss, I would absolutely build her with 100% crit rate. Heck, I might even consider going down and picking up War Master as well. Let me see. Yeah, like I think this build is going to be just fine here. For like a Hydra Clan Boss, right? You don't need Fearsome Presence. You don't need the stun set at all. So why not go with like a Curing set or a Relentless set or something like that, and then go down and go pick up War Master on her as well on the offensive tree. So
Man, never going to get a 3-star.
Especially for Hydra or just boss-oriented content where you don't need to get any heals.
Ugh.
They do have a healer recommendation as well. They come down with timely intervention. I think this is fine as well. It's not my favorite. I meant to point out Retribution and Deterrence are also very good on her because counterattacks will activate the AoE on her A1, which is going to, in our case, have a chance at landing a stun or at least a leech right out of that.
Does it have to be on normal? Or can it be on hard?
Continuous heal on that A1 as well. All right, guys, let me go ahead and show her in action, show her in battle here. I have her in the stun set, which you can absolutely use in the arena as well.
To be normal
right now. Trying to find a team that we could probably hopefully beat here. I have her setting up a defense-based nuker, so I have a lot of control on this team. Solus has Provoke, he has buff removal, and then I have Armaz the Magnificent, and then I have Crixia as a lockout option. Just try to get in here and kind of clear the way for our guy, right? Or our gal, excuse me. Her job, obviously, is going to be to keep everybody alive. So let me make myself a little bit smaller here so you can see. We're going to come in here with the A2 first. Obviously, we don't need to cleanse. If we did need to cleanse, we would go ahead and do that. We can cleanse off the hexes from Mithrala on our next turn. Actually, let's cleanse. No. I want to place a block debuff instead right now. Okay, so we come in here. We're going to go ahead and nuke. Let's nuke with the AoE on the A3 here. Cool. Now, we do have Petrification, but hopefully we're going to come right in here and cleanse away all the nasty Petrification and all that baloney that was put on us. We can come back in here and stun with Armaz the Magnificent again. We did get a couple resists. Mithrala Lifebane is seeing a lot more action in the arena because of the popularity of this dude, right? So now they have block debuffs. I'm going to go ahead and sheep UDK, and then we're going to come back in here. This time we do not have, unfortunately, the increased defense on him right away. Now we can go ahead and refresh everything on the team. So we've made a dent on this squad, but boy, they're a pesky little team here that we're facing, right? Let's get back in here. Decrease turn meter. Do you guys think I'm gonna win, or you think I'm gonna lose? I think it's looking pretty good so far, right? Doing a good job of keeping that. I mean, there's not much to cleanse here, but again, 38,000 heal. That's pretty dang nice, right? All right, at this point, I'm just going to go ahead and A1. We don't need to polymorph. Actually, I should have went with the A3 on Armans to remove those buffs. My bad on that. Little mistake. Hopefully, it doesn't cost me. But again, now we can come in A1 and hopefully stun. We did land a stun on Pythion, who has a cleanse, block debuffs, and a revive, so that was fantastic. We're one turn away from the reset, but we do have to metamorph, unfortunately, and put their skills on cooldown, remove some of their buffs. Come in here again with Armans. Stun 1. Man, they have a lot of you're seeing a lot of the return of high resist teams is absolutely a thing in this game, guys. It's pretty crazy to see. It's how one champion, Armaz the Magnificent, can change the entire meta. In this situation, I do want to come in with the A2 of Wither again, just so I can have that increased defense, if nothing but for more damage. And Armaz, who knows, he might be dead if not for that increased defense as well. All right, we're going to come in. We're going to sheep UDK again. We are getting the resist, as you guys can see. But now we're able to, let's just target stun on Harima. Let's come in A1, try to put a stun on Pythion. We don't land it. He doesn't have his A2 off cooldown yet anyway, so it's not the end of the world. Let's go ahead and we're already one turn away from the lockout. I hope I'm right here, but I think Solus has his A3 off cooldown. I don't know. Let's come in, at least steal their turn meter there on Armans. We're going to go ahead and cleanse off these debuffs, get a nice heal in, come back in, and again, reset the abilities. Now we do have that A3. Boom. Now we're starting to make some progress. The Reviver is finally dead. Thank God. And this one's pretty much over here. Only 2 supports left. So it was a slow fight. It was a slog. 2 heavyweights in the arena, right? But we came across on top, and she's doing a number of things here. Not only is she cleansing, obviously, not only is she making sure that everybody is nice and topped off, continuous heals, the whole 9 stuns. She landed a few stuns in the duration of this fight, but she's setting up our defense-based nuker, which is a great use case for her in the arena, right? Or it doesn't have to be Staltis, it doesn't have to be Solus. It could be a Staltis Dragonbane, even though he does have his own increased defense as well. It can be a Ragash. It can be a, Helicath, for example, a Harima, right? These are all good pairings for her inside the arena. All right, guys, let me show you a Ice Golem Hard 10 team here. And there we go. So we have Artak. We have Seer Yumeko just to kind of get us through these waves. It's not going to be ideal, unfortunately, because we don't have quite enough buffs, so we do have to go in with Seer's A2. So it's going to take us about 40 seconds to get to the Fire Knight. I'll come back, the Ice Golem. I'll come back to you guys when we actually, while I do that, Hellhades.com gives her, Wither the Crowned, a 4 overall grading. Now that to me is crazy. Not really. I think she's probably a 4.5 maybe. But what's crazy is the champion that we did yesterday, good old Granjar, who I think is one of the worst in the game. I say it's crazy because they gave him a 4, the same as Wither the Crowned. I think that Wither is a lot better. I'm obviously tipping my hand here. You guys know how I feel about it. But hey, key areas: Clan Boss, Hydra, Doom Tower, Iron Twin, Sand Devil, Shogun. I run around my main Shogun team. I'll show you the team. Ice Golem Hard. Look at everywhere you can use her. 5 in the arena. Scarab King, Frostbiter, Eternal Dragon. She's just one of the best, most versatile supports in the game. We're already here at the Ice Golem. She's going to do a great job. Now, normally, Yumeko and Seer die right about now, maybe in a moment. His next big attack, right? We'll see if they do. She might be doing such a good job keeping everybody alive that they might not even die, right? Ideally, they do. In a perfect world, I want Walking Tomb Dragon and Artak and Wither to kind of 3-man, woman, whatever, this boss, because they can just keep placing those burns and then activating them. But she does such a good job keeping everybody healed up that that might not be the case. The cool thing is about this is I'm able to turn off Walking Tomb Dragon's A3 ability, his heal, so we can just focusing on putting out the burns and then activating those burns, which he has on his A1 that cannot be resisted. Why? Because we don't need the heals. Wither the Crown is going to do a great job healing everybody all on her own. We do not need extra healers or the A3 of Walking Tomb Dragon. It helps speed up the run a little bit, right? Actually, the main team that I have is very similar to this for Ice Golem 10.
Damn, are we never going to get a 3-star?
The new burner. I'm using him instead. It's a little bit different, but it's fairly close, I would say. Gizmak is great because he can activate Seer right away and shave off about, 40 seconds or whatever it is, 35 seconds off of our time here. But either way, I mean, we're down to 2. This is exactly where we want to be. Just like Elva Autumnborn, Siffy,
that's crazy.
The champions.
That's the one thing I hate about starting new accounts is having to go through this specific mission where you have to get the 3 stars.
She's able to do such a good job between the leech, between the continuous heals, the activations, the big heal, the cleanse, everything, increased defense. That she's able to.
They just don't ever want to drop
support, even in a duo situation like we just.
I mean, it is a good chance to farm up some food, but.
More reflex. I love reflex.
It's just
but I don't want
you don't get any silver from it hardly.
I think
you don't really get anything out of it much.
I don't feel like you guys need to see it in action necessarily. But we run this team, right? Basically, it's as easy as this. We have 3 cleansers, all with a lot of awakening. It doesn't matter who they are. I could use a Cardial. I could use a Grand Warden Pagerig or whatever his name is. There's a few others too, right? But basically, you put a cleanser with a bunch of cleansers with a Geomancer, and then that's it. Geo does all the damage, right? So that's the squad. It's nothing. It's not a speed run. It's nothing crazy, but you can use her really almost anywhere. Who doesn't need a cleanser? And who doesn't need a cleanser with everything else that she brings with her as well? Guys, thank you for watching. Let me know where you use Wither the Crowned. Very, very versatile champion. Almost more versatile than pretty much every champion that we've had here on the channel so far, right? And there's been hundreds. You can just use her almost everywhere. I think that maybe like Fire Knight's the only exception to that rule. And heck, if you wanted to, you could still use her there. Anyway, guys, I am done with this video. Keep the champion guide requests coming in the comments below. Much love, and as always, take care, guys.
We have a brand new crazy Void legendary champion in Raid Shadow Legends, guys. And of course, is one of the new Argonites, Hecaton, Storm Herald Hecaton. Now, thankfully, I did manage to pull him on my account yesterday. In today's video, we are going to do a guide on him. Now, currently, right now, I am on the test server because I can give him a blessing to kind of like bring the stats more on par. I can use better glyphs, which I don't have available on my main account. The accessories that I have are really kind of like underwhelming, so it's a bit harder to kind of like build him to the level where I would want him to be for the showcase. But we are going to go on my main account as well and do live arena there. No blessing, no faction guardians, nothing that is crazy. The build is actually going to be pretty average. It's definitely not going to look like an endgame build, at least not yet. Now, this champion seems absolutely
that was quick.
Crazy, guys. Before we dive into the kit, I just quickly want to mention something. Tonight, which is Friday, is going to happen tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday, we are going to have the very first live arena friendly tournament. It will be hosted by Void Crown Arena, which is a new website where you can actually host tournaments and stuff. Big shout out to my buddy Yang, Archer, and the guys that actually put in the work to make it. This is the lineup. These are the people. If you guys want to watch any of these matches, come and join us on their live stream on their YouTube channel, Void Crown Arena. We're going to have Snackbox versus Nubraids, Jacobo versus MTG, Relic versus me, Victor Taz versus Kempashi, Drock versus Palomas, Navis versus Nightlis, Cruzen versus Shini, and we're going to have Chazup versus Raid Sito. Now, Ash was kind enough to actually donate the prize, and the winner will basically win £1,000 that will be gifted to the charity that he picks, the winner, right? So it's not like any of us will take the cash. They will go to a charity, but the charity of
that's cool.
Our choice if we win it, right?
I think I want to get on there tomorrow on my main and compete in something.
We finally have live arena matches, friendly matches, because we can do so many things. Tournaments, tons and tons of other
I don't know. I think I could. Well. I don't know if I'd win anything, but it would be cool to go up against some people.
But let's go back to Storm Herald Hecaton. He looks absolutely freaking badass. With A1, he attacks one enemy. He has a chance of placing a provoke and an enfeeble debuff on the target and has a chance that these debuffs cannot be resisted. If each enemy has a number of buffs that is equal to or less than these champions, attacks all enemies instead. And this attack is always critical. Has a chance of placing a provoke debuff and an enfeeble on all enemies for one turn. Also has a chance that these debuffs cannot be resisted. And that is with the basic skill. Now that chance that they cannot be resisted goes up to 50% fully booked. With the A2 skill, Eye of the Storm, which will be on a 3-turn cooldown fully booked, attacks one enemy. Before attacking, places an increased defense buff for 2 turns and 1 Storm Call stack on all allies. This attack is always critical if the number of buffs on the target is equal to or less than these champions. I would not build this champion with less than 100% crit rate because a lot of things can go wrong in a fight, and you want to make sure you can at least crit. Now, he will ignore Stone Skin and 50% of the target's defense if the number of buffs on the target is equal to or less than these champions. If this attack kills the target, decreases the turn meter of all other enemies by an amount equal to the turn meter that the target had. Now that is really powerful. Imagine you attack somebody with full turn meter, you kill it, and you drop the turn meter of all of your enemies to 0. Very strong. Storm Call. So basically, the Storm Call will increase your damage by 5% for each stack. Every time you crit, you will gain another stack, and at 5 stacks, you will land a stun that is unresistible and doesn't trigger polymorph. A really, really solid buff. With A3, Sky Father's Boon places an increased crit rate, block damage, and a counterattack on a target ally for 2 turns, and fills the thermometer of all allies by 25%, and this as well is on a 3-turn cooldown. Then we have the passive, which is a huge wall of text. Whenever an ally under a Storm Call stack placed by the champion lands a critical hit, this champion deals additional pure damage to the target. If the target is not a boss or a minion, the pure damage dealt is equal to 2% of the target's max HP for each buff on this champion. The more buffs, the more damage. If the target is a boss or a minion, the pure damage dealt is equal to 3% of the target's max HP. This damage cannot be critical, occurs once per skill and once per target, does not count as an extra hit, and this pure damage ignores shield, block damage, and strengthen buffs. And the damage will be based on enemy max HP. Now this is actually pretty cool. The main thing is, the more allies in, the more often you're going to get it to proc. Then, increases ally speed in all battles by 24%. Very good base stats. The multipliers are pretty good as well. I don't really remember them exactly, but they are pretty good. What we are going to do, guys, I'm going to give him a soul blessing, but we're not going to activate it yet. So I'm just going to put the soul on so I don't have to come back to this screen. And we are going to activate it later. At the moment, we are not gaining any benefits from it whatsoever. Now, I've built him on a 6-piece Merciless. The accessories that I have are really not that great, but let's just say we can somehow make it work. This is okay as a banner. In a way or another, I would prefer some more accuracy, but that's okay. That's something that we can actually sort out down the line. I have no Relic on him, no Blessing active. And masteries, we have offense and support. We have Helm Smasher as tier 6. Let me just quickly make myself invisible for a second. There you go. And total stats, 43k HP, 6.9k defense, 238 speed, 102 crit, 292 crit damage, 217 accuracy. Once we activate the blessings, the stats will add up. We can give him a Relic too. We want to see what we can do with the champion. Now, one thing that I do want to mention as well, for people that might not necessarily have the best champions for trials, I know a lot of you guys are always saying final, left and right. He's no final, but you could use this instead. If by any chance you got lucky enough to pull him and you're looking for a champion to give you the block damage, counterattack, increase crit rate to help you with trials, plus you're getting thermometer from here, it can be pretty good, okay? Yes, no extra turns, no increased attack, so you need to work around that, but this skill can be an option. Now, I'm not planning to do a Chimera run at the moment to go for trials with him. That's something that maybe if you guys want to see what we're going to do in the future. We're looking to see what we can actually do with the champion. How is the passive working? And overall, is he going to be good enough? Now, before we give him a blessing and a relic or anything else like that, I just quickly want to have a look at what type of damage we are doing with him. So we're going to go in here. We're going to take that out, that out. We only need the defense down and weaken. He brings his own increased defense. So let's look for him. And there we go. Where are you hiding, bro? There we go. So we can use his aura. It's for all battles. I love these auras. It's 24%. Not 30 like you would have it for arena, but it's good. Maybe it would have been better, 30% for arena instead, but I'll take this as well. So there we go. Can we one-shot that Venus? Close to. And the damage that came from the passive was 81,000, which is really not that bad. Now, that of course is because Venus has the highest HP in here. And we almost one-shot her with the mediocre stats that we currently have on, right? But what about the A1? The A1 will become AoE right now. And let's see how the passive will trigger in here. So many things happening that I've missed that part. Now we have a stun, as you guys can probably notice, because the Stormcall buff reached the 5 stacks. We have Enfeeble for 2 turns. We have Provoke on enemies. Fantastic, right? Look at that Enfeeble on everybody. So if we can do that in PvP as well, ooh, we are going to be in for a treat. And the damage, I mean, look how much damage we've dealt versus this champion right here, versus Chagul, right? Quite a bit of damage. And it seems like that passive just procs and procs and procs. Now, I'm actually going to do this instead. Get some more buffs. Yeah, we can apply this too. Why not? Look at that. The stuns from the Stormcaller is just so freaking good. And the damage from the passive kills enemies. I'm actually going to let it go on aura. I'm not going to do nothing anymore. Let's just watch it and see what they're doing. Apologies, guys. I have a cold again. This year, I think I had like 5 or 6 different freaking colds or moments when I was sick. Look at the stance from the Stormcall stack, though. It's just crazy good. 430k. We smacked the heck out of that champion. And look at the damage with the A1 as well. It's just so good. So if we keep more buffs, they will literally have no chance. And this is without a blessing. The build is not that crazy good or anything like that. It's far from being crazy good. 610 versus the boss. Now, wait. We need to see that passive, though. Was it 823k, 714k, the passive, 713k, the passive, 626k, that's the enemy max HP, hitting the boss left and right, 939k, 952k from the passive, 952k, and look at him just constantly buffing and buffing and buffing. Easy duo. Easy duo. Freaking Hecaton, man. The blessing is not active. Don't get deceived by seeing the red stars, because we haven't activated the blessing. I think this is fantastic. I'm super pumped that I got him, honestly, guys. Like, super pumped. Now, when we are talking about a blessing, look, we could go for quite a few different blessings. For PvP, getting Crushing Rand right now, it won't really give us that much of a value. It will still give us value, but not as much, because he ignores 50% of the target's defense with the A2. Now, for the A1, Crushing Rand will be huge value. We could go with Haven Cast, or we could go with Nature's Wrath as well. This can be pretty helpful. Or, if we are talking more about PvP, getting a Lightning Cage to help protect with the buffs and bring in an additional buff, I think is going to be kind of like a must bring in to the table. Maybe not only for PvP, even for some PvE as well, especially if they're removing buffs and stuff. You just want to make sure you have that on. But in PvE, you don't really have to worry too much about the Lightning Cage. So I'm not going to give him Crushing Random, but I will give him a Relic as well, so we can go in PvP. Now, when we are talking about relics, you can go with the Cat's Gaze. This is a defense-based nuker. For PvP, it will probably be the best, one of the best options in terms of boosting the damage. You could go with other relics as well. If you have the Essence Quencher, that's going to be a pretty good one too. There are a lot of other mythical ones that will be very helpful if you have them. Keep in mind, he's not really going to offer you any form of support or anything like that. I think this is a good epic one, but I don't like that you're getting the attack. Lance of Intangibility. Oh, this is something that I would love to get on him. Absolutely fantastic. And I think this is what we are going to get on him right now. Even though it might mess up a bit my Marius build, is fine. We are going to go with this one. I think That veil on him is going to be so good to be able to just kind of like hide him away. So instead of going with a cat's gaze, I'm going to go with these. And I kind of needed more speed anyway because I was pretty damn slow. And that veil is just instantly going to add me another buff to start with, right? And the stats are looking much, much better now with the Relic and the Blessing. So I feel like we are a bit more ready for PvP and other stuff like that. But first, let's quickly check my Necret. I do want to use him with Necret. I think it's going to be a very, very solid combo. What the heck is the K? He has some gear, old school build. I haven't used Necret in a while. I will actually have to rebuild him. But before we get into PvP, let's see what other things we can do with the champion. Can we do the spider without a burn, just with him killing with A1? Is that a thing? I mean, it might be. It might be. A brimstone would have been better here, though. A brimstone would have been better. But what I'm going to do, because I haven't made a preset, I'm just going to make sure he buffs first. Because if he attacks first, the boss is probably going to kill him after. So let's do that. So he's just going to go with attacks, right? Actually, we have Brimstone on Lydia. I forgot. That is the test server, not the main account. Because on the main account, I have a different blessing on her. Stormcall here can be pretty helpful to boost a bit of damage. Lydia, you need to survive. Okay. That freaking passive, though, is just so crazy. 290k, look at that. And this was so fast. This was so fast. 46 seconds too, with 2 champions. Yes, Marius can do it as well. Don't get me wrong. But damn, Hecaton, you are really, really showing in some powerful stuff. Iron Twins Fortress. Do we even stand a chance at doing it in a combo of 2? Or maybe we need more stuff in here. Let's see. Should we use 3 champions? The more champions we have in, the more we trigger the passive, because it's once per skill and ally. That's kind of like how it reads, right? If I remember it correctly. Occurs once per skill and once per target. So basically, each champion that takes a turn under Stormcall, we have 5 in the team, will trigger it once. So that will be helpful. So let's see what other champions we should bring in. Now I want to bring in him just for the decreased speed. And actually, no, we can bring Goella for the decreased speed. Do we have gear on her? We do. Just because a lot of you guys will be like, wait, Scratch. Don't bring Feral because he's going to boost his damage. And I'm just going to bring in a Padrake. Or a Necret. No, a Necret will instantly trigger the passive on the boss. Wait. I want to put a decreased speed before we do anything else. There we go. So now we can land debuffs. I'm actually, because I haven't made a preset, I'm going to put the buffs on him. So we can do that. Put the buffs and let it go on auto. So once we put the Stormcall, that's when the magic will happen. Come on. That was the A1, 254k hit. Not bad at all. So the Stormcall buff is up. Look at that damage, 588k, I think. Let's see. Okay, so is the passive getting triggered here? 130k. That probably was the passive. 121k. That should be the passive. I don't think that's the Brimstone proccing though. 317k, 96k again. So that's the passive, yeah. But the thing is, everybody can trigger it, which is good. 150k, that's the basic skill again. The passive proc that again when Lydia hit. Okay, who's next? Okay, we buffed. Bang. Pretty solid passive versus bosses. I did not really expect it to be as powerful versus bosses. Now, I'm going to go in the Hydra. A different blessing would have been a much better option in here. If I was going with Haven Cast or Nature's Wrath, that would have been the best thing in here. We are going to see what we can pull off with him. So let's see what team we're going to bring in, actually.
Yeah, I keep falling asleep. I don't know how much longer I can stay up.
Should I keep a Reviver? Let's get that. Feral. Then let's bring him. Why am I keep pressing hell? And I'm going to take Toshiro out, and I'm going to bring in Lydia. Or we can take him out and bring back Toshiro in. Bring back Toshiro. Just so we can take the heads down faster, because I don't want to do a full run. Just to kind of like check a bit his numbers. I have Max Great Hauling here, so he's going to have even more stats. We are going to ignore so much freaking... so much defense that we really don't need to worry about anything else. Especially with the relic that we have on him too. So, Chris can provoke, but he can provoke as well. I just brought in Lazarius because I am planning to do a full auto run as well. Now, with the buffs, if I let him on auto, probably he's going to buff somebody else though. So, let's see this skill, the A2. Stormcall is up. 562k, 214k from the passive. Not too shabby. The passive procced again. Passive procced again. Passive procced again with 195k. Let's see. No passive proc right there. I think we made it proc before. That's one of the problems. He's going to have a lot of buffs. He's going to have a lot of buffs in here. So let's put this on. I'm just curious a bit about the A1 too. Let's see if we can take the Mischief down. Nope. Everybody has a lot of buffs here, so maybe he's not going to go for him. But we need to make sure we are going to provoke. And we can provoke right now. Let's see. We got to provoke up and running, which is an AoE attack. I'm going to keep the defense down. We want to kill the Head of Mischief quick. It went for him again, and the counterattack triggered. 75k. Okay, the Mischief will go down, though. I want to see, once we have these heads decapitated, right? Or what numbers were kicking in. Okay, decrease speed. Let's try to take the other one down. I'm still going to keep that defense down available, because I want to kill some of these heads. 214k there without having any of the good things on, but the provoke is constantly on. Like you're gonna have an amazing provoker. It might be the best provoker, just because he will do it with A1, and he will usually have more buffs than the rest, right? Or more buffs than the boss, which is really, really good. So hopefully by the time we kill these damn heads, the Head of Mischief won't be back. So let's put these buffs again. Come on, come on. Head of Mischief is coming out. Okay, one down. The next one down, Lydia buff. Is it your turn? Oh, beautiful, beautiful. So we're going to go A1 here. Actually, that's a counterattack. We go A1, then we're going to go with the single target skill. So let's see without the counterattack, because we should do more damage like that. 400k, 300k. So it's not that spectacular in here, the A1 versus the Hydra, which is fine. He can still do a good job at provoking, though. We do have a lot of buffs. And let's do that. Okay, the head is probably going to spawn before we get to move. Actually, no. Okay, so we can go with this versus any of them. The Head of Mischief, let's see. 1 million. Okay. I don't think he's designed for this, based on the damage that we're seeing. He's good with a provoke, but I don't think he's designed to be a crazy Hydra damage dealer, which is fine. 1,400,000 with the A1. Decent stats. We have a good relic that ignores defense. I think he might be intended more to do crazy things versus dungeons and PvP, right? But you can run him in the Chimera, as I've mentioned. There's literally no reason for you not to be able to use him instead of a Fina if you don't have her. If you are lucky enough to have the champion, of course. But talking about Arena, let's see. Anyone has him in their defense. So we can go versus this team right here. And we do have to make a couple of small changes. You're out. That Fabian is a problem, so we do need to take a turn. We can do that. And Nakret. Righty, alrighty. Let's see. We want to log them. Mainly Fabian, because Fabian will cause us issues. He will decrease the duration of buffs, and we don't want that. We want to have more buffs. Now, I don't have increased defense yet, okay? So that's something to keep in mind. So I'm going to go with one of these skills to get increased defense, and I'm going to aim to kill, let's just say, Lady Noelle. 300k hit, she's down. Now we have the Storm Call, increased defense, we trigger the passive. We have all of that funky stuff. Let's use an ally attack. Yeah, I mean the A1 instantly put him to sleep, right? That's really, really good. I think he will be in a very good combo with Nakret to keep up a lot of buffs. Thing is, it is a bit harder to keep Nakret in some of the teams, but not impossible. Let's see what else we have in here. Sick Front. Feeble. We have a Crixia there though. So hopefully we are taking a turn before. He can be effective versus total guard stacks too with a counter attack. Oh, holy moly. That Crixia was fast. Now that's a problem. When this happens, is GG's. We lost this match. Most likely. There's no way in hell we haven't, but you never know, actually. Okay, we're still alive. We're still alive and kicking. We still have more buffs than anyone else. Now, he does have the stacks. He does have the immunity. So that's going to be a bit of a problem. Okay, we trigger the passive. We have the block buffs on all of my champions, so there isn't much that I can do except do that. And they're both dead. Yeah, I kind of like expected it. I'm not sure if I am missing any gear on her here. No, I am not. It's just that Crixia is pretty damn fast. So let's try to look for something else that's not as fast. We have this one right here. Marius and Nice. Can we get them out? Okay, you do that. You do that. At least Crixia. Oh, come on. Seriously? Marius. 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 Okay, provoke and feeble on Marius. Nice still has the stone skin. Let's see if we can gain some more buffs. I can put these buffs on, and that's probably what I'm going to do. Rather than kill somebody, I'm just gonna protect myself. I'm just gonna protect myself because it's safer. Get a counter attack, do some hits versus them. Can you guys target Hecaton instead, please? Okay, now we are in a bit of a pickle here. You go down. Have the Storm Call buff. Oh! It is getting nastier. It is getting nastier. We don't ignore block damage, though. That's a problem. But we can stun. And we can put enfeeble and provoke as well. Now, we don't have enough accuracy for him. And his GG's right here. That freaking Marius. Okay, let's come back versus this team because Marius got resisted on the initial fight. I don't think... Maybe I'm wrong in saying this, but I don't think he's going to be at the level of Solanar, for example. But he will be good. If that makes sense. Let's do that. Oh, look at that. Beauty, bro. Look at that beauty. Provoke, enfeeble, provoke, provoke, provoke. I like it. Okay. Now, let's do that. That's okay. We are gonna... Should we buff or should we do this again? Let's do this again. It just feels better. Let's play it a bit different. We are gonna trigger the passive on Nice, though. Which is okay. It does have those debuffs on. Oh, did she... I was gonna say, did she ever do that? No, 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 no. Woo! Oh, baby. Do we still stand a chance here or no? You're dead. We just don't ignore the block damage, though. That's the only problem. And he does have a lot of buffs on, so there isn't much that I can do. Except for the increased defense and the Storm Colon. Oh, he metamorphed back. We still... Oh! Oh! I was not expecting that. What a rookie mistake, Nice. Why did you metamorph? That gave me the fight. But he can do damage. He can bring tons of utility. I think not ignoring the block damage versus a nice sick front characters like this, you will struggle a bit unless you're constantly provoking them. If they get that block debuffs buff on, it's going to be a bit of a struggle. But I think his tons of fun. I will definitely have to play him a bit more, especially on the live server, to kind of like see if he can really, really destroy a lot of the meta champions. As it is, I think he's really, really good. I don't think he's a Solanar, but I still think he's really, really good. Either way, let's dive onto my main account. I'll show you the build there. And let's do a couple of live arena matches. I want to do a couple of live arena matches as well, guys, from my account. The build is really not great because the accessories that I have are not anything special whatsoever. We have, of course, no Faction Guardians. I have no Blessing on the champion. And I still haven't gave him a Relic. But just to kind of like get an idea of what stats we have on the champion, right? They are really not great. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to win any of the live arena fights, but we are definitely going to try regardless. Hopefully, I'm going to put my hand on some better accessories in the next coming weeks or so. I do need to get a Blessing on him as well at some point. I'm quickly going to give him actually a Relic, something that I have around here and hopefully won't require me to remove from any other characters. That will give him some damage. By the looks of it, we don't really have anything too interesting though. This would be nice. Shame that is an attack one. The Veil could potentially help him a little bit. Doesn't really seem like we have much of an option except this one. So we're quickly gonna level it up. We have some materials. We can get that done. And let's give it a few more levels. Level 12 should do it. We're quickly gonna see what gemstones we can put on it. From whatever I have untouched in here. Multi-hits, nope. Every debuff, nope. The weather deals 5% more damage to targets under a shield buff per each buff on the target. So we're going to put one of those because we don't really have that many other options. One of these. And we need a circular gemstone that can help us a little bit. We can try to increase the defense with this maybe whenever we get hit, or have that on, or this one. Let's get this one. Let's give him a mythical gemstone. So we have a bit of more crit damage now. We're not looking like completely Papagas. Let's go into a live arena. Let's see if we can win any fights with him in the team. Now, I do like that he has a speed aura, which is really, really helpful because in most cases, you might end up in not having enough speed auras available, right? Especially if you're kind of like relying on 2, 3, 4 champions. The enemies pick some of them. It's definitely very helpful to have a few other options on the table. So let's get our Marius up and running. And then we'll bring him in the team too. Okay, so we have a Fabian there. Probably gonna leave him as the final pick, maybe. So let's get a Crixia in. Thing is, if he's gonna ban my Marius, and I only have one damage dealer left, we might be in trouble. Predator, Theodosia, I mean, why not? And let's find him. No soul, no empowerment, no faction guardians. We are now looking too juicy, but that's fine. Can we one-shot with A2, right? We can ignore Stone Skin if we have more buffs than the enemy. And we could just get rid of Predator, which is probably the highest threat in there. And he's at 24%. We have a 25 from Lazarius. We're going to use that as the lead. And let's see. Let's see if we can win this one. We have one damage dealer there. So he has 3 buffs. We're going to put a few more right here. Now, if that Fabian locks us, we are definitely going to be in trouble. And most likely he will lock us. And he's going to decrease the duration of buffs, which is definitely going to be a bit of a problem. My best bet right here is just to metamorph. Block active skills, hopefully, on everybody. But we can use the A1. We can land Enfeeble. Don't kill him. Don't kill him just yet. Calm down there. Calm down. Ah, of course. Of course you had to get that removed. So we could try to land an Enfeeble. Problem is, we only have 2 buffs. Let's see. So Enfeeble, Provoke. That Provoke is dangerous, though. But thankfully, we have the Enfeeble, so he cannot hit us hard. Let's see if we can land some stuns. That got removed from Fabian. Petrification. We got some Fear. I cannot metamorph. Gotta take that Fabian down, though. Stop getting all that healing, bro. Ah, the Fear is getting dangerous in here. Fabian was the main threat in here. Even though Predator could bring just way too much RNG. But this is a GG's. We definitely lost this one. And that's mainly because of Ambris. Ooh, wait. We might have a chance. We might have a chance. No, he's still taking a turn before us. Damn, that's crazy. Now, we do have the Enfeeble for 2 turns on him. He's gonna lose it now. Please put it again for 2 turns. Of course you're not gonna put it. So now he's a bit of a GG's. Now he's a bit of a GG's. At least that Fabian does have the Enfeeble for 2 turns, though. So we got the block buffs. I cannot metamorph yet, which really sucks. At least Ambris cannot block the revive on anybody. The thing is, if I metamorph now, I could kill somebody. Let's do that. Now he can block the revive. Oof. Okay, that fear is dangerous. Okay. Oof. That saved our ass so freaking much. Okay, the fear proccing. Clans, come on. Don't let that Theodosia. Okay, we got it. Now, not necessarily because of him, but we managed to have somehow better RNG, even though we got controlled to the moon and back. The Enfeeble did save our ass with that Provoke when we landed it with him. Unfortunately, that Fabian locked us, so we weren't really able to put him in practice, in use, as we should. I don't think we fought the same guy, right? I actually haven't paid attention to the name, but seeing that he starts directly with Fabian again, it might be the same guy. Is it the same guy? No, it's not. Okay, he's bringing completely different champions into the mix. We are going to bring in a lockout as well, and then he will be the final pick. Yesterday, before I summoned, actually, guys, I had the option to buy the 1-star soul for this one, and I was like, nah, I'm not gonna get the champion. I'm not gonna buy it yet. And damn, do I regret it? I definitely do. I supposed to just pick it up. I mean, it was just freaking 20 currency, not even a big deal. Right. Geralt, Fabian. I think we'll just drop Fabian out. I think we'll just drop Fabian. Because like that, assuming that he was going to ban my Krixia, at least he won't be able to lock me. Now, Freya can pose a bit of a danger too. So let's see. It's loading time. I mean, I could probably go make a coffee, come back, and still be on the loading screen. Right, so we have some stone skin left and right. We are definitely gonna try to pick down that Geralt. Okay. So let's see if we can. Ooh, who has the highest crit damage though? That's the main thing. She's gonna strip my buffs now. Don't strip my stone skin. If she strips my stone skin, I'm gonna be well pissed. Because you need crazy RNG to strip all of the buffs. Of course you're gonna strip them all. Why wouldn't you? I mean, protected immunity on everybody. GG's. This is a loss. This is a loss. There's no way in hell we win this. That heal will literally just destroy us. I don't know if it's the same for you guys, but whenever I'm fighting Hilvi, it feels like she always strips all of my stone skin. Always. It's like she has a special power where the 50-50 chance doesn't proc for her, you know? Okay, come on. Maybe it was better if we were banning Hilvi instead of Fabian. But I was pretty convinced that he was going to ban my my Krixia, though. She has that protected immunity. We can't really do much. That's that. Let's see. Now, Lazaria's passive should revive somebody. The only problem is Geralt will instantly take a turn. Metamorph. She does have the secret skill available too. I mean, I'm just gonna freaking risk it for a chocolate biscuit. Maybe we can kill that Carnage. Let's see. Okay. Let's get some healing. Geralt can Metamorph is okay. She will Metamorph, most likely. Yep. That's fine. Then killable is for one more turn after this. I don't think she can kill my Galatir, though. But if... Okay, I was gonna say, if she does it again, I'm gonna be in trouble, though. So now, nobody has protected immunity. Ah, of course we weak hit. Why wouldn't we? That's the big issue with Geralt. When that happens, GG's. Okay. Kind of expected the loss here because it is what it is. The thing is, we just don't get to actually put him in practice. We might just pick in instead of Lazarius. We might just bring in Shuzan and just launch him directly. You know, just give him a turn and let him go. Okay, he picked Marius. That's okay. Let's pick Fabian ourselves so we stop him from doing it. I'm curious if he's gonna go for Predator, Ambris. Okay, Ambris, and we have a Marichka too in there. Probably we are gonna go with a Carnage. Let's bring him in and see what else they are going to bring in. That Marichka should probably go, but so is Marius. Now things could change depending on what else he's bringing in, right? We gotta keep those buffs up though. First round we got screwed by Fabian. We still managed to win it, but was close to a loss. The second, we actually got screwed by that freaking Hilvi stealing our stone skin. If they were not stealing our stone skin, we would have been fine though. So we're gonna go in like this, even though I prefer to have Lazarius as a reviver. Maybe. Okay. I was gonna say maybe they're gonna ban my Shuzan, but it seems like Shuzan is left in there. They banned Fabian. So I want to just let him go. I left that Predator in there. He's dangerous. He's dangerous. So we could either use this skill, but it's better to use this one right here, probably. So let's get it. 336k hit with that trash build that we have. That's actually pretty damn good. We're gonna get locked now, which is fine. If I metamorph, I'm not doing that much, but I might just kill her in the process. So why not? Okay, of course, you're gonna take some turns. Come and do your magic. The Stormcaller buff is really, really good. I still don't have a Stormcaller relic, which is pretty damn crazy thinking about it. But it's really, really solid. When you get a 5 stacks, land a stun is actually massive. Okay. I did get locked as well on him, so I guess we're gonna have to play her out. We're gonna have to play her out. I was gonna say, please don't counterattack Predator. Now, Ambris should not be able to kill him, no matter what. And now we should be able to do this. But the only problem is that that Predator has the AoE skill available. So I can make a very dangerous move right here. If that Predator is gonna evade, it's GG's. Okay. Okay. It might not be that bad. Either way, Carnage is dead. Oh, and I don't have this available. He's dead. Stun him. Thank you. Block active skills for 2 turns. Oh! He gave up. So his damage was crazy good considering what build we have on him, right? Like 300k plus on Marius. We ignore the stone skin. The main thing is you don't have that AoE. But I'm overall pretty happy with the champion. I think he's really, really strong. And I know we did not have necessarily the best live arena matches with him, but we're going to do one more. Maybe we can actually put him in a practice even more. It's very hard to keep them alive though. He's a defense-based nuker, but at the same time, there's a lot of ignore defense around, which will get him down pretty quick. And no blessing is like almost like running with a naked champion nowadays, you know. Blessings are super important. I don't have to tell you that because you guys already know it, right? So we have another Fabian in here. Don't bring me a heal V2 because that's going to put me in a weird situation. Who am I going to ban, right? Now you could run him with a Nacret. Running him with a Nacret will give him a lot of buffs. But the only thing is, will he be the lowest HP in my team? And then... That gonna be enough of a threat though? Run like this and then bring in another speed aura. You know, I'm gonna decide in a second based on what else he's picking, because that will give him a lot of buffs. We do have better survivability, and maybe that A1 can indeed become AoE for once. Let's see. I just hope that he's the lowest HP. I mean, based on the build, based on no blessing, no faction guardians, etc., he should be the lowest HP in the team. Come on, what are your last picks? If we are bringing Nacret, we do need to ban Fabian. Just to make sure we can keep the buffs up, because he can decrease the duration. But it does depend what else he's picking. I'm curious how many people are like, oh, damn, the new Void. Getting worried about him because there's so many new champions. It's just so freaking hard to kind of like remember all of their skills and stuff. The power creep is real. Okay, so this can be fairly dangerous, but I will bring him in. I know he's gonna rely to melt my stone skin. I do have stone skin on some, but not everybody has stone skin. So as long as he's not banning my Galatir, we might be fine. If he bans my Galatir, we are in trouble, indeed. Let's see. What are you banning, bro? If he bans my Marius too, we might be in trouble too. If we don't have enough damage. He banned Lazarius. God damn it. Okay. We are maybe in a little bit of trouble. Let's see. He's not going to be able to melt the stone skin with the HP burn because he's not going to be active on a lot of characters. Right? Only on 2. That shouldn't be enough. Because my Galatir is in Mercurial right now. Now that Enfeeble should land a bit more often, man. Come on. He did manage to melt the stone skin, actually. Okay. So he probably will take them down. Let's see. If he metamorphs, please land the Enfeeble. Don't be nasty, Marius. Just land it. Okay, let's see. Is he gonna do it? No, he's not. Okay. Good move. He's gonna rely on Predator. Now, what I could do is... I was gonna say maybe I should metamorph, but I think that's too dangerous with only one support, because if that Predator goes crazy, he's gonna kill everybody. I do have a lot of buffs on him, which is good. I think we have 3, 4, 7. We have 3, 7. So me and Predator, we have 7 buffs. Okay. Can we take a turn too? Come on, bro. Hello? Okay. Let's see. An ally attack. Oh, baby, look at that AoE. That's what I wanted to see. And now I have 2 options, which is do this. And just in case if anything goes crazy, we can stay alive at least and use the other skill after. Right? That's kind of like what I was afraid of. Now, the main problem that we can have in here is if he will evade it. Oh, of course he evaded it. We got some Storm Call on here. And I'm going to do that. I don't want to metamorph because it's still dangerous. I could try and put a block active, but I'll rather try to put an Enfeeble on him and call it GG's. Because like this, he cannot do nothing anymore. Regardless if he evades the next 2 attacks. See, weak hit. I'm not even sure why he used that, but no. And bang. Hecaton, 144k. Marius did 260k damage, so we got more damage, but we managed to bring in the fight with him in here. And it's not like his team was not good or anything like that. It did work pretty well, putting the block damage on himself, the counter attack, right? The ally attack with Nacret went actually really good because we gave him more buffs. So I think once I'm going to get him on steroids, right, with the blessing and everything else, I think we're definitely going to be in a much, much better situation with a champion. But either way, guys, don't forget, tonight will be the first live arena tournament. A lot of other content creators will participate, as I showed you at the beginning. You can see the bracket right here is me, Snackbox, Nubraids, Jacobo, MTG Jedi, Relic, Victor Tass, Final Kempashi, Drock, Alomas, Navis, Nightlis, Cruzen, Shiny, Chazup, Raid Cito. So we have quite a few people in. It's going to be a fun one. Void Crown Arena is basically the new site where you can actually engage in tournaments, host tournaments for your clanmates, friends, etc. I will see you all tonight at 8 p.m. UTC on Is the new fusion Pelops the Victor actually worth it? Is it worth grinding, wasting your resources to put your hand on this champion? This is the 7th anniversary fusion in Raid Shadow Legends. That's exactly what we're going to find out in today's video. Welcome to the channel, everyone. I'm Scratch. If you enjoy the content, do me a favor, smash a like, subscribe to the channel. It really helps a lot. I am currently on the test server where I have access to all of the new champions, including the fusion champion. Basically, guys, overall the champion doesn't look bad. Pretty good base stats. The crit damage is a bit on the low side, even though it seems to be meant as a damage dealer based on this particular skill. Ignores defense, can do a huge damage boost, right? But we are gonna try a couple of different builds on him, and we're gonna use him in a few different ways. With A1, he attacks an enemy. He has a chance of placing a decreased attack debuff, and these debuffs cannot be resisted or blocked if the target is under an HP burn. With A2, attacks one enemy, will ignore 50% of the target's defense if the target is under an HP burn debuff. The damage inflicted by the skill increases by 10% for every turn remaining on any debuffs on this champion and the target, stacking up to 200%. If the damage inflicted by the skill is less than 50% of the target's max HP, it will steal all buffs from the target and place a stun debuff on them for 2 turns. And this effect cannot be resisted if the target is under an HP burn debuff. That's where the first problem starts. But we're gonna get to it in a second. The A3 will place an increased attack and a magma shield buff on all allies for 2 turns. The value of the magma shield is equal to 30% of this champion's max HP. Will also place a taunt buff on the champion for 2 turns. The passive effect, he will decrease the damage all allies receive by 20% while this champion is not under a defense down debuff. And then you have the passive. The champion is immune to stun, HP burn, and petrification debuffs. Whenever an enemy attacks, this champion has a 100% chance of placing an HP burn debuff on that enemy for 2 turns. The chance decreases to 50% if he is under a defense down. Whenever an enemy attacks, this champion also has a chance of placing a petrification debuff, which will get halved if the champion is under defense down. The problem, the A1, the A2 will require accuracy, okay? While the whole idea is to don't require the accuracy. It cannot be resisted if they're under HP burn. It cannot be resisted if they're under HP burn. If you don't have accuracy, you will not land the HP burn from the passive. So that's one of the main things that I do not like. Why you make this unresistible if you need accuracy for this? It's mainly a way to guarantee you that you can land that debuff as long as you don't weak hit. So overall, is a bit of a contradiction in his skill set, but if we're gonna skip over that part, it seems pretty interesting. Damage reduction, decrease attack, interesting for the Chimera, especially if you do not have the Magma Relic, which is pretty hard to get because it's a mythical relic. So the first thing that we are going to do, guys, we are going to try him in the Chimera. We're going to see if it's worth replacing one of the other champions with him and see if we are going to bring in more damage or if he is actually going to give us any utility whatsoever in the team. Let's go over the first build and we're going to talk about pros and cons as well. And he is right here. Yes, I've built him on a shield set for this very first thing. We are going to use him with Titus, Owella maybe, if I remember it correctly, Vaultkeeper Wixwell, and we're going to see in a second what other champion I have in the team. Lydia, probably. The thing is, he has good HP, so building him on a shield is good. The con, getting all of the stats that this champion needs in a team like this to deal damage as well, not happening. This is my account. I have a very stacked account. I have very good gear on the account. I did not give the champion a blessing for a reason yet. And these are the stats that I've got on him. Now, I could make him slower. That's absolutely fine. That won't be a problem. But it will potentially be a problem once you reach the lion form. What I do like about him is that if you do not have Donatello, for example, which has this amazing passive and is really, really good for the Chimera, and you are struggling to keep Wixwell or your target alive at the lion form, Pelops the Victor can help you. If you're struggling to keep the champion alive that's the target on the ram form, Pelops can help you because of the damage reduction that he has in his skill set, and he can bring the decreased attack. The Magma Shield is going to be a bonus that will stack on top of the other two shields that you have and continuously getting increased by Wixwell, and that will overall bring you additional damage. But is it worth it? So the build that I have on him, he's very needy in terms of stats if you are planning to basically get everything. Crit rate, crit damage, good HP, good speed, accuracy, resistance, because you need them all. You need a resistance for the team. You need accuracy to make sure he's basically going to land the HP burn, and then he can put the decreased attack unresistible on the target. But that's what we have on for this. I have the Skull of Treason just to be able to get more accuracy on him. It's not because I want to increase the damage from HP burn. It won't really make such a big difference. It's just mainly for that additional accuracy. Then, no blessing and masteries. We have offense and support. Now you can go with Eagle Eye as tier 6. You can go with the defense tree and get resistance, unshakable if you want, instead of going with the offense tree. But initially, I've tried to squeeze every little stat out of him. And I've realized that without a blessing, it's going to be very, very, very hard. Close to impossible, right? Even though I have good gear. Then, I'm quickly going to show you the builds on the other characters. I'm not going to go over masteries and stuff like that, but this is my Lydia, 9-piece Feral. You see the stats right there on the side. I'm not going to click on total stats because it's easy to add 1+1. I do have an aspect of Sirot on her. Then we have Titus. This is the build on Titus. Very good resistance, good crit damage, good speed, good pretty much everything. The Cat's Gaze. We have Oella with a Hallowed Hilt. I needed her to be as fast as possible. Her and Wixwell. And on top of it, you need that Reflex, Impulse, Refresh accessories on both her and Wixwell to make this work properly. If not, Lydia can lose the buffs, Wixwell can lose the buffs, and is overall a bit of a problem, especially when you're losing that increased speed or something like that. So you will need pretty good builds if you decide to replace either a Lady Mikage, either a Donnie with Pelops. Keep that in mind. You need crazy good builds on the rest. So she has 370 speed. And even like this, they are not getting the job done perfectly. Then we have Wixwell. He has the golden elixir on, which is okay. Then we have Merciless and Reflex. And he's almost 350 speed with high resistance, the highest defense in the team. That's basically what you need to kind of like make this team work. Now, I've done lots of takeovers for the Chimera, and I'm doing them pretty much almost every single day. And I know for a fact that the majority of you guys will not be able to build the champions like this in order to make a decent team with him instead of a Mikage or a Donatello. Now, if you don't have Donatello, I still think he can be useful and helpful for a lot of you guys. I'm not trying to trash the champion or anything like that. I'm just trying to make you aware that it's not as easy as just plugging in the champion in the team and job done, okay? Now, I've already recorded the run. You can see the team power right here. It's full auto. If you guys want to see presets, I'm going to show them to you after. But the main idea is that the damage itself did not really impress me at all. We are able to basically get all of the stuff done. We have that magma shield on. Okay, Titus got his shield removed here, so probably we started a new run. Yeah, we did start a new run right here. That 3% can happen. There's no way for you to dodge it. And we are able to increase the duration of buffs enough for Titus to have absolutely no problems. The reality is that the only champions that kind of like really need to have those buffs on to make sure they're going to survive without a problem is Wixwell and Lydia. Lydia for the Ram form because she's the character with the lowest crit damage in the team. And they are doing the job. But they will slowly lose the buffs. Especially if you lose that increased resistance buff, that's when the problem appears. Because we only have 2 buff extension champions. And they can lose the increased defense. That's the problem. And if the boss stuns them or puts other debuffs on them that shouldn't be there, it can cause the team to crumble, right? It can cause you issues. That's why Reflex, Impulse Gear, Merciless on Wixwell is so freaking important. To make sure that that doesn't actually happen. But the team runs fine on auto. He's not built for damage in here. We're not trying to get any crazy numbers from him or anything like that because, as I've mentioned, it's extremely, extremely hard to build him with all that. You see, Lydia needs to stay alive here. And for the moment, she's going to be just fine. She's going to be just fine as well. Once we're going to go to the second rotation and we get back to the Ram form, we apply the decrease attack. He will put the HP burn when he gets attacked. This time around, it did not happen. I'm not sure if we got resisted or what happened right there. Probably we do need a bit of more accuracy on him because we are a bit on the low side. Probably we need it. Because the HP burn doesn't seem to land consistently on the target when we are getting attacked, right? I haven't actually paid attention to the previous form, if that was happening or not, but we're going to be able to see it a bit better. You can see we are growing the shield without a problem. Still no HP burn on the boss right there, which makes me wonder, why is the HP burn not landing? It's 100% chance for it to land, right? I haven't paid attention before, though. We are getting resisted. Still no HP burn applied to this boss. The whole condition is when he gets attacked. Is nothing else being mentioned, right? But the HP burn, oddly enough, I did not notice this while I was doing the run on auto. Doesn't seem to land. Now, I'm not sure if that's a bug or I am missing something. Okay, HP burn is on here. But was not on before. Why was he not landing it on the other forms, though? Because they're not immune to HP burn or anything like that. So that was pretty odd. I'm not even sure why now. And I'm very, very curious. Okay, the HP burn landed again. Let's see if... It seems like it only lands on the lion form. So that's most likely a bug. That's most likely a bug. Unless he's required to be the main target of the attack, which makes absolutely no sense. Something that I've never seen before on any other champion that has anything similar with this passive. But the HP burn is literally only on the lion form. So it could potentially be a bit of a bug. So unfortunately, we lost the shield on Titus right here. You see, I mean, you can see that the rest lost some of their buffs in the process. The boss stole our shield here. The 3% chance, there isn't much that we can do about it. So we could have dealt probably another 100+ million damage, 150 million damage maybe. Let's just go a bit over it and say 200 million damage in the 10 turns that we still have left. I think, as I was saying, if you don't have Donny, if your champions are dying, this can be helpful, but it's very hard to build a team. Now, would I replace a Donatello or a Lady Mikage with him just to bring in that magma shield on? Probably not. It doesn't feel like it actually increases the damage or anything like that. This team usually runs Donatello, and I'm doing around 1+ billion damage. When I'm running Mikage, it's pretty much the same, 900 million damage. And with this format, even if we are gonna put up 200 million, let's just say that, because the boss stole our shield, it would be something like 700 million. So it would be less damage than with the other team. And in a way or another, we are risking to lose the buffs, and it's harder to build, basically. Take basically whatever you want from here. Worth it, not worth it, up to you. It can be used like this too. Now, let's actually see what else we can do with the champion. We've seen the Chimera run, we've seen the damage. He did not actually bring any crazy numbers, so let me just go to the end to show you that as well. 2.5 million, but he's not built for damage, right? Weak Swell brought pretty much the same damage. I'm quickly going to change the build on him and build him for damage, and we're gonna go in PvP as well. Right, so we've built him on Stone Skin and Savage. It was a bit of a pain with the accessories because we all have this issue now. We don't have very good accessories for the new faction, but we managed to make it work. I made sure that I've maxed a few of the HP glyphs to kind of like balance it a bit. The crit damage is a bit low. We will have a look if we need to change the masteries or anything like that. The accuracy is a bit low. We want to see what damage we can get with a champion. I'm still going to keep this relic on for the additional accuracy. We're not going to have a cat's gaze or anything to boost our damage. Basically, it's all about this. We'll ignore 50% of the target's defense if the target is under an HP burn debuff. The damage inflicted by the skill increases by 10% for every turn remaining on any debuffs on this champion and the target, stacking up to 200%. Now, I think the masteries are fine as they are. We don't really need to change anything. We're not going to get a blessing on him yet. What I'm going to do, though, we're going to go in the Dragon Slayer. We're going to go to stage 10. We're going to drop this out of here. Actually, I might bring in Lydia back. But I'm going to bring in Raiho Bone Spear. And let's bring him in. What damage are we going to do with that skill? Is it going to be good? Is it not? We're going to go versus Venus. So, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 debuffs. We have 1, 2 turns, 4, 6, 8, 11, 12, 15 turns. So that's 150% damage boost. And now we are almost at the 200%. 652. If you manage to land all of those debuffs, I think it's good. Definitely not bad. Now, we might want to try this in a Hydra run and see how it will perform there based on what we've seen right here. I will try to do this. We're going to do that now. And we're going to let them take some turns as well. And see what happens. Hello? Anyone taking turns here? Okay, we got an HP burn. Beautiful. And this one has a lot of debuffs. Let's give her more. Let's give her more. With the A1, we're going to apply a decreased attack. 42,000 hit with A1. Really nothing spectacular, but the enemy did have the increased defense on. Finally dropped the HP burn, which is still interesting. Why was it not landing on the Chimera, only on the Lion form? Whenever an enemy attacks this champion, has a chance of placing an HP burn. It must be a bug. It must be a bug, 100%. I would assume it's a bug, yeah. There's no way in hell it's not a bug. 939k, and we stole the buffs. So the damage in the perfect situation where you have a lot of debuffs on the target is really good. What if we only have 2 of them? I kind of need to land that HP burn somehow though. So maybe a Raiho won't be the best idea. We're going to take her out and let's do that instead. Okay, put a HP burn. Just do A1 right there. Put the defense down and weaken. Okay, we got a Brimstone on Venus too. Let's go with this skill now. 485k. Not bad. It's actually not too bad the damage because we are without a blessing on, which makes a massive difference. The Relic is not boosting our damage. It's just giving us some additional stats because the accessories are pretty bad. And the main reason why I've done it is to be able to basically kind of like compare it with other champions that I'm trying on this stage that have much better stats because of the accessories. So we're kind of like compensating a bit with that, right? But the Relic is just giving us accuracy and defense. So nothing that enhances his damage anyway. It's just for that HP burn to land whenever we are getting attacked. So the skill can hit pretty decent. Single target though. What if we are gonna go quickly in the Hydra? I just literally want to see the damage numbers. I'm not planning to do a full run or anything crazy like that. We just want to see what happens. And not you, not you, not you. Let's bring in Victor. We need a Duchess. We need block buffs. I'm gonna bring in not Donny, Mikey. He can spread a lot of debuffs. I can bring in a Raiho. Maybe not actually. I need some solid damage. So let's see, Toshiro. Oh, do you have gear? And maybe Calamitous. And I still need the block buffs, right? Let's bring in Lazarus. Oh, I don't have a provoker actually. We don't have provoke in here, so we are gonna drop you and bring in a Krisk. And not start on auto, let's go on manual. I just want to decapitate a head and see what damage we're gonna get. So we push that first. We'll come back to the rest after. Defense down, weaken, provoke, block buffs, and we have him ready to rumble. I could buff if I want to, or I could just go in and use the skill. 279k versus a non-decapitated head. I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 debuffs and 10 turns basically. So 100% boost in damage. Okay. Not great. Not great, but let's see when we decapitate the head. Yeah, I knew that my Toshiro doesn't have gear. Okay. I'll be back. I'll be back. I knew that something was not right. I knew that something was not right. And even like this, he's not gonna have the full crit rate, but whatever. The power did not look too good there. Something was a bit off with it. So 272. Or was 372 actually. Yeah, that's much better. Get a provoke. 422. Okay, so that's a bit better though. Now we gotta make sure we're not gonna weak hit versus that one. We have the Head of Mischief. Maybe we can kill that one first. But I just saw I brought in the wrong Krisk, the one that's on a shield build, rather than the other one that's on a cursed. So we need some AoE attacks. Can buff here. He has the taunt, but that's pretty relevant in the Hydra now. So that's down. Beautiful. You can apply more debuffs because we're going to go for the Head of Mischief. Decrease speed, maybe. Perfect. Decrease attack. 183k with A1. Defense down and weaken. I'm curious if the decapitated debuff counts as a debuff for his skill. It might. It might do. Then you do that. That's okay. We have no debuffs on the champion though. Just buffs. Anything that we can land here? Oh, we can put more. Okay. Moment of truth. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 debuffs. 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. So 100% damage boost. We are far off from the cap of 200 because this is the reality. You won't really get fully loaded with debuffs on all of them. They respawn pretty quick. And the damage is 1.8 million. Is okay, is not great. Is a single target. That's basically the only thing that deals damage in his skill set. Because the A1, you've probably noticed already, was very underwhelming. But we are going to check that again with the A1. Once we are going to take another turn, we're going to go versus the Head of Mischief. And that is 500k. So I would not class him as a great damage dealer in here. When you can get the 200% damage boost, I think is great. It can happen more often in the Chimera than in the Hydra, right? In the Chimera, I think you could potentially get all of that up and running. I see no reason why not to keep so many debuffs on the target. But probably not with this team. Okay, I would not really say that this team will get the magic done. I'm gonna bring in a Raiho instead, even though it's really not good for this team, by the way. I'm still gonna give it a go and see what numbers we're gonna get in like this. Just in case if any of you guys are curious, right? That's basically what we want to see. Don't worry about Titus or anybody else because we're not here to see that. We are basically here to see this type of things, right? We can do that, put some buffs on. We can do that, do that. Okay, the boss got increased speed. Maybe I need to do something else, not this format, because we don't really need them in here, right? And they're not really gonna be very helpful. So I could bring in Lydia. I could bring in sort by rank Mikage to extend the duration, and anyone else that lands some debuffs that we need in here. I mean, Necmo. There we go. I just want to see the damage. I'm not trying to make a team or anything else. I just want to see his damage, basically. So we can do that. And we can do that. And that's 200% damage. Everything max. 1 million hit. Not bad. Not bad considering that he has no Relic for damage, no Blessing for damage. Getting to 1 million hit is okay. But the stats are not bad. The crit damage is very low though. So let's just say for the Chimera, he can do it. For the Hydra, I was not impressed at all. 1 million damage is not that great, trust me. And it's much harder to do what we've done here, to keep so many debuffs on the target. Now, let's test a couple of things in PvP. The very first thing that I want to test, if I remember what enemy I was attacking, and probably I cannot, was to see if the magma shield removes stacks from the total guard. Now, relics, blessings, and masteries will not remove stacks from the total guard. But this magma shield buff is being placed by a champion. It's not a relic. And the reflect damage, even from any other regular champion that just puts a reflect damage buff, will take a stack down. Will this take a stack down or not? First, I'm gonna have to find a team that has Mercurial. And I'm not sure who does. Because I forgot. Now, I've already tested this. I know exactly what happens, but I want to show it to you as well. No, this was not the team that we were attacking. So I've done quite a bit of testing on this already. I just need Mercurial gear. MTG Jedi. Okay, we have Mercurial on 2. So check this out. Oh, she stripped all of my buffs. Okay. Maybe we need somebody else to go first. Or I'm gonna do actually something else. I'm just gonna lock these champions. If I'm gonna be fast enough. Hopefully. They will still have stacks, right? We had 2 champions with 3 stacks. So I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you this. And I'm gonna lock the main champion that I want to lock, of course, is gonna be Hilvi. So we have 2 stacks on Tormin. Gone. So the magma shield placed by the champion will remove total guard stacks, unlike the relic, which is actually pretty damn good. It can be very helpful in a situation like this, but at the same time, his buff can be removed, as Hilvi just did to us before. So you need to keep that in mind too. Other than that, do I see him as a PvP champion? Mainly only for the petrification. And we can definitely try and play him out a little bit. Why not? So let's actually build a team around him. Like this. We're going to see if we can actually kill anybody with him or we cannot. We're only going to do a couple of matches. I wanted to mainly highlight... Oh, damn. Am I missing gear? Maybe I'm missing gear. There's no way in hell that Fabian was faster than my entire team. But so far, nobody got petrified, right? It's a 50% chance if we are not under defense down. If we are under defense down, is a 25% chance. So let's shield the other ones at least. I need to check if I'm missing gear on anybody though, because it's a bit odd. Okay, anybody attack that can attack him? Okay, we got 1 petrification in. Not bad, but we're gonna be dead here anyway. And we got an HP burn. 1 petrification. So you could use him like this, right? Ah, yeah, okay. You don't have your gear. Something is missing here. I was gonna say, like, something is odd. You do have your gear. You do have your gear. Okay. We were missing the relic. There we go. That's more like it. So now we can put them all on standby, basically. I'm gonna shield though. I'm gonna shield. Okay, he got resisted. We don't have enough accuracy. So that's one of the main things to keep in mind. You need accuracy to land the HP burn or the petrification. If you don't have that, you won't really do that much with him in here. So maybe it's not a bad idea to put an increased accuracy buff. Okay, he's under Stone Skin. That's okay. Put a block active skills. She's under Total Guard. We can reset. I want to put a shield again. Okay, we landed the HP bar now with increased accuracy, so that was helpful. And slowly, I can actually go and attack them, right? Why not? So I might as well try to use this skill again for the decreased resistance. We got attacked by Ambris. We reflected a lot of damage back, which was really helpful. And now we can go in and see what damage we're going to deal versus this Fabian. 156k hit. But that's it. I'm not necessarily seeing him as a crazy good damage dealer for the PvP, but the Magma Shield can be very effective. The Petrification can be very effective. So I think he could be used in PvP as well as a good method to, as an option to help you deal with the total guard stacks. Why not? The Petrification control, why not? But that's it pretty much. The damage for the Chimera was fairly decent once we had so many debuffs on the target. With a Blessing, of course, he's going to do more damage. For the Titus team, as a helper to keep your team alive, yes. To boost your damage, probably not. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Hopefully you found the video helpful. As usual, appreciate all of you guys watching, and I will catch you all in the next one.
Hey guys, Ash Rachel Legends. Welcome to the video. Sending some love, some positive vibes your way, especially if you need them out there today. Holy power creep we may have up there with Solinar, you know, this new theme of power creep and Raid Shadow Legends. We might have one of the new most powerful, if not the most powerful Void legendary champions in the game. You know, these are all the Argonites that are being added to the game here, guys. Some really interesting ones, right? Even from the rares and the epics, I think there's some really, really tremendous champions here in this brand new faction, which you can argue there ought to be. At the same time, I thought there would be a mythical champion. But it turns out they've given us a mythical in disguise with Hecaton, Storm Herald Hecaton. Today, I'm going to do a quick showcase on him and talk about why he might be the strongest champion in the game, legendary certainly in the game, or at least feasible. You can make the case. Before that, I do have a video going live at the same time as this one where we review all of the new Argonites. We go over every single kit. In today's video too, I will pair Hecaton with the Fusion Champion, Pelops the Victor, in a couple different areas as well. Pelops the Victor, I also really, really like. I had mixed reviews in the comments when I went over this Fusion with Erroneous on a collab when we had just the kit, but I really do stand by my original sentiment. I think he's a really good champion. I think if you're going for him, you're really going to enjoy him on your account outside of even faction wars for the Argonites. I just want to kind of cut to the chase here. First of all, he's the first champion in the game who places Storm Call stacks on all allies. I want you guys to be familiar with this before we go into the kit, because there's a lot more to it than that. But Storm Caller is one of the most sought after, one of the most powerful relics in the game, where it has a 20% chance of placing the Storm Call buff on themselves whenever they land a critical hit. That is a mythical relic, and you can have, these are stacks. You can have up to 5 Storm Call stacks on your champion. By the way,
I love the Bastion. I love this kind of Greco-Roman theme. I'm a real big Roman history buff. Hardcore History by Dan Carlin, one of my favorite podcasts out there. If you love Roman history, check it out. But what does Stormcall do before we review the rest of his kit? Well, it's absolutely busted. Each Stormcall stack increases the damage dealt by a champion by 5%. The number of stacks increases by 1 each time a champion with Stormcall lands a critical hit. Keep in mind, he's placing this on everybody on a 3-turn cooldown. A champion can have a maximum of 5 Stormcall stacks at one time. When attacking with 5 Stormcall stacks, places a stun debuff on the target and removes all Stormcall stacks. The stun debuff cannot be resisted, okay? Cannot be resisted. Now, each critical hit, like Marius, a triple critical hit on that A2, you're going to just jack up all those Stormcall stacks right on that one move. We'll play him alongside the Fusion, who I really, really love, as well as Marius as well in today's video. Speed or in all battles by 24%. On his A1, and we can take a little bit of time on his A1. I am going to showcase him because A1 is a huge part of his kit. In a similar way that Solinar's A1 is just busted and powerful, this A1 is the same. Attacks one enemy, 100% chance when booked of placing a provoke and an enfeeble on the target on
All right, guys.
A1.
Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm going to have to go to bed.
Debuffs cannot be resisted.
I'll be back on tomorrow, though.